The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 116. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Point of order, Madam Chairwoman. I do not believe you currently have a quorum in the chamber to conduct business. But when you get 5 more people on this floor, we probably can.
Okay, stand at ease.
Thank you.
Okay, the House will please come to order. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 116. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 116, sponsored by Senator Doc Stater. Protection of lawful commerce and firearms, an act relating to civil procedure. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom was referred Senate File 116 engrossed, protection of lawful commerce and firearms, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Burkhart, Conrad, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Tarver, Western. Representative Burkhart, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Burkhart?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 116 do pass, and the person that was going to floor manage this, I don't see. So if there's no volunteers, I guess I'll take it. So, ladies and gentlemen, what House Bill 116 does is provides protection for those engaged in the firearms business, manufacturers, sellers, and those people. As long as they're doing what they should be doing, what this does is gives them immunity from nuisance liability suits. Now, it doesn't cover if they do something wrong. Under product liability, they make a bad product that fails or something like that. It covers them if they're just doing their business, selling a firearm, whether they're a manufacturer or seller or those people. It qualifies civil liability. It provides definitions. And in effect, I think most people in here are familiar with the federal statutes that, again, protect the firearms industry from nuisance lawsuits. This puts it also at a state level so that we have it on the books in case those federal laws are ever rescinded. And I apologize for not being ready to do this because, like I said, someone else said they were going to do it. So I see one of our good representatives. Oh, no, he isn't volunteering. So with that, I think it'd be easiest to answer questions, if there are any. Or call for the question.
Question having been
A
called.
point of order.
Okay. Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I believe there is a Committee of the Whole amendment which the majority floor leader, in the absence of the sponsor, probably needs to move according to our rules.
Majority Floor Leader Nyman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File number 116. Would ask for your favorable consideration. If you wouldn't mind, this amendment basically moves up the enactment date. So very straightforward. If you want to look at the amendment on the site, it will tell you it will delete July 1st, 2023, and insert immediately upon completion of all acts necessary. So it's just basically moving the enacting date up. So I would ask for your favorable consideration.
Question having been called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment 1 to Senate File 116 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 116 has passed the Committee of the Whole. Question having been called. All those in favor of Chairman Burkhart's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so the recommendation that Senate File 116 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Senate File 116 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 128. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 128, sponsored by Senator Hicks, transfer of state lands, exchange, an act relating to state lands. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources, to whom is referred Senate File 128, transfer of state lands, exchange, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Angelos, Burkhart, Byron, Larson, Newsom, Singh, Western, Winter. Noes, Representative Story. Representative Newsom, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairwoman Newsom?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 128 do pass, and I turn over the presentation of the bill to the good country lawyer.
Representative Grego.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I bring to you Senate File 128, and members ask for your favorable consideration. This is a pretty straightforward bill. If the part of the bill that really has relevance is on page 2. And what we're doing here is, in other areas of law, we can exchange state land value for value, and that's set forth in 36(1)(111). But as the statutes are currently written, if we're exchanging state for federal, it has to be on a per acre to per acre basis. And what this is doing is saying we can, if we're exchanging land with the federal government, we can also do that on a value to value. And it just allows us a little more leniency or a little more wiggle room when we're doing these exchanges, because it's oftentimes hard to do acre for acre, but it's easier to do value to value. And that's really all it does. I'd stand for any questions.
Question having been called. All those in favor of Chairman Newsom's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 128 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Senate File 128 is passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 53. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 53, sponsored by Transportation. Wyoming National Guard Medical Insurance Premiums, an act relating to Defense Forces and Affairs. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 53 engrossed, Wyoming National Guard Medical Insurance Premiums, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Berger, Brown, Nemec, Obermueller, O'Hearn, Pendergraph, Smith, Wiley. Noes, Representative Stivar. Representative O'Hearn, Vice Chairman. This bill was re-referred to Committee Number 2, Appropriations. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 53 engrossed, Wyoming National Guard Medical Insurance Premiums, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stiff, Walters, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Vice Chair O'Hearn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Bill Senate File 53 do pass, and I turn it over to the great representative from Torrington.
Representative Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman. Senate File 53 is basically another incentive program for those that guard us. This basically, the state provides workman's comp. We also require our guardsmen to have medical insurance on their own dime, and this is a little incentive program that goes with the rates of the federal insurance, what it would cost if they were to use the federal rates, which is listed on page 2, line 7. And an individual will only receive this compensation when they are serving. So if they go do a search and rescue mission for 3 days in some part of our state, they get 3 days worth of the maximum cap of the federal rates of insurance. And so for a single, at the moment, it's $1.50 that would be added to the individual's pay. And if they have a family, it would be $7.66 that they would get to add to their regular compensation just as an incentive. So, any questions?
Question having been called, all those in favor of a vice chair's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 53 do pass, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed? No. Senate File 53 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 140. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 140, sponsored by Senator Pappas. Building code requirements, refrigerants, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, corporations, elections, and political subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 140 engrossed. Building code requirements, refrigerants, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Haroldson, Harshman, Knapp, Newsom, Olson, Ottman, Wiley, Yin. Representative Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Harshman? Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 140 do pass. And with that, I will turn the bill over to Representative Harshman.
Representative Harshman. Chairman Harshman, I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
Madam Chair. Members, I think there's a couple of us co-sponsors who we were looking at each other like, who's going to carry this bill? So we apologize for our, anyway, we're good. This is a nice bill. Let me say that first. This is a bill because of changing requirements in refrigerants that are coming down at us throughout our economy, and we want to make sure our building codes are updated so none of our workers in this industry, it's basically HVAC, right? We're talking about heating and cooling. When those new products come to our state and to these HVAC systems, we want to make sure our building codes can accept those. And so we're not, and we want to, and that's all the bill does. And we stand for any questions that I think the good co-sponsor here from the Wheatland area can help with that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one thing we need to understand is on the federal level, these regulations are shifting at an incredibly fast pace. And what we're doing here is the National Building Code has not yet caught up with the federal regulations. So we are, in essence, putting this stopgap in so these individuals feel that they can install this technology in our state without fear of us disagreeing with the federal government or breaching that trust. And so this is just a protection for our industries to basically say we won't outlaw any refrigerants in the states, because there are certain states in this nation, like California and others, that are outlawing other types of refrigerants that the federal government are allowing, and so industry is having a hard time. So this is a good bill. This is a good opportunity for us to protect the industries and not to put more regulation upon them. So it asks for an aye vote.
Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just have a couple of questions with this. I'd ask what type of refrigerants we're talking about, but I don't know if we can necessarily say exactly what that is. So, but another question I have with this is, are we, with this bill, limiting Wyoming's ability to regulate this stuff? Because the way the bill is written to me might seem to indicate that we're kind of giving up our rights to regulate this stuff, and we're going to abide by what the federal government throws at us. So I'm just kind of curious about how the nuances of how that works with state regulations versus federal regulations, and still, you know, having the ability to do something with this. I think I like the bill, but just a couple questions about that.
Representative Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, sorry I was a bit late, up in another meeting. You know, this is a good bill. What it does is it updates our building code to enable people who use these refrigerants to be able to be covered with the right code. This is a substitute. The building codes need to be updated this year to remove regulatory barriers to the use of substitute refrigerants. Manufacturers, distributors, contractors, and consumers need the building code update to be completed as soon as possible before the refrigerant transition goes into effect. This bill amends the state building code to allow any substitute refrigerant deemed safe under federal standards to be used in Wyoming. And I think it's a good bill to do at this time for many reasons. We all know, if like my friend who was just at the mic was talking about, we all know the recent times materials are hard to get, and building is an area where we need to support, because we have a strong need for housing and other things, and HVAC related refrigerants are in that. So I'd urge your support and move this bill forward. Thank you.
Vice Chairman O'Hearn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a building official, the international residential and international building codes don't get updated but every 3 years. We're in the middle of one of those. They won't be updated till 2024. And that's what brought this bill up. If I'm inspecting a building and it's not using the proper refrigerant that is in the old codes, but in the new codes, this is what this bill will do. It's bringing it up. It's beating the new cycle coming out in the international residential and international building codes that come out in every 3 years. The last one was put out in 2021. If I'm out inspecting a commercial project and they're not using the refrigerant that is in the codes, and they're using the new stuff that was put in 2020, I could say it was red tagged. But this bill allows that to happen. This is a good bill.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So just to answer the question, if this would tie our hands on being able to address that, it wouldn't. We're just not going to, at this point, we're making it a very clear statement that this does not add any more regulation upon this industry. Another thing, because we had the question, what are these units we're talking about? We're talking about mini splits. We're talking about rooftop units. We're talking about walk-in refrigerators and freezers. So it's just anything from even residential to light commercial and heavy commercial.
Representative Conrad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick note to answer previous speakers' questions surrounding refrigerants. This is impacting us specifically in Southwest Wyoming from the instance where R22 is being phased out, or more importantly, the inavailability to get that respective refrigerant. So this is covering those new refrigerants entitled, for example, 404B, 449, and 454B, these new refrigerants. So it allows us to catch up, as the previous speaker, or more importantly, the sponsor of the bill has denoted. It allows us to catch up as we build new buildings to obviously address the lack of, at some point, R22 to go to these more advanced refrigerants. Thank you.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Representative Knapp's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 140 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 140 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 157. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 157, sponsored by Senator Cooper. Weed and Pest Mitigation, Tribal Inclusion 2, an act relating to weed and pest control. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 157 engrossed, Weed and Pest Mitigation, Tribal Inclusion 2. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move in the committee whole rise and report. It does so with the recommendation that Senate File 157 do pass, and I'll turn the explanation over to the good representative from Fremont County.
Chairman Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Folks, in our statutes in 115406, we have a insect, I'll read it to you, emergency insect management program that's has oversight by our chief executive and directors of the agencies that oversee health and agriculture and game and wildlife. And they, when there's an infestation or an outbreak of insects, then as you read in 406, it says that any state agency or political subdivision can apply to the committee to participate in the emergency insect management program. Last year, we had a cleanup bill. The Tribal Relations Committee had a cleanup bill to make sure that our tribal partners in a lot of these had access to a lot of these programs, and we amended our business council and some Department of Health and other programs to allow them to participate, because as the language is now, they would not be able to participate in this insect program. And that's what this bill does, is it amends it to allow either the Eastern Shoshone tribe or the Northern Arapaho tribe or a cooperative tribe if that's what they want to do. And then they all applicants, it was an amendment, all applicants coordinate that through their weed and pest. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chairman.
Sensing the urge to vote. Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Nicholas's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so the recommendation that Senate File 157 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 157 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 52. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 52, sponsored by Education, School Finance, Special Education Funding, an act relating to school finance. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 52 engrossed, School Finance, Special Education Funding, respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Houston, Lawley, Northrup, Obermueller, Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Northrup?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises report, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 52 do pass. There are no amendments, and I'll explain the bill. So in education, we've always reimbursed special education at 100% back to the districts. However, when you look at the district at their level, they have state level money coming in and they have county level money coming in. And the feds have looked at that and said, well, wait a minute, maybe that one portion of it we should look at differently. And so what this bill does is pull that funding stream out and set it off to the side so that we can definitely say, we, the state, are funding special education at this level. And that's all the bill does. It's just stripping it out and putting it over here so that we can look at it. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Berger. Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Northrup's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to the report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 52 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 52 is passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 56. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 56, sponsored by Judiciary, prohibiting travel across private land for hunting purposes, an act relating to game and fish. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1 Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 56, prohibiting travel across private land for hunting purposes, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Haroldson, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez, Williams, Washit. Noes, Representative Jennings. Representative Washit, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Washit?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that House Bill, Senate File 56 do pass. There are no amendments, and I turn over explanation of the bill to the good country lawyer.
Representative Crago.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members, I bring to you Senate File 56 and ask for your favorable consideration today. This bill is an attempt to close what I consider a loophole in our trespass laws, and it's an attempt to protect our private property rights. As our law is currently written now on a hunting trespass, and as interpreted by our good agency that regulates game and fish, unless a game warden actually catches you hunting or fishing or engaging in one of those activities on private property, it's not a hunting trespass. And so as it's currently written, driving through or traveling across private property does not constitute a hunting trespass, even if you're going to hunt or fish on neighboring land, state, private, or federal. And so what we're trying to do is close that loophole so that that interpretation is no longer there, that traveling through or across private property to engage in hunting or fishing would constitute a hunting trespass. The reason this is important is our game wardens are the ones that are typically in the field during hunting season, and they're the ones that write these tickets. They cannot currently write a ticket under criminal trespass, which is important to know. And so this allows them to actually enforce the law when they're in the field and take care of our private property rights. And that's what the bill does. It's pretty straightforward. It's not a lot of language. And the other thing I would point out at the end of the bill on page 2, it says, for purposes of this subsection, travel through or return across requires physically touching or driving on the surface of private property. Point of that language is to make sure we're not getting into corner crossing. We're not saying it's legal. We're not saying it's illegal. We're just not making a statement on that. We're making clear that it's really requires driving or touching or going across someone's private property to constitute a hunting trespass. And with that, I would stand for questions, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I was in the interim committee when we discussed this bill, and I guess my overall concern with the bill itself and the language is it actually elevates, maybe not elevate is the right word, it puts it a higher burden for criminal trespass than it does for hunter trespass, because for criminal trespass, you're not automatically assumed to be trespassing. Someone has to tell you to leave. But for hunter trespass, now we're saying that game wardens can automatically cite people who they think are hunters with hunter trespass. And so I guess that's my ultimate concern with the bill. I'm sure the bill explainer can answer some of those questions, but I still don't think that ultimately we should be saying that having a different reason to cite someone for hunter trespass than criminal trespass. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Representative Crago.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the former speaker's correct. As hunters, the law, you are presumed to know where you are and whose property you're on when you're out hunting. So there is a higher burden placed on people that are out hunting, but that's already in the law. That's already in the law that exists today, and so we're just clarifying exactly what that means, but he's not wrong. Criminal trespass requires some sort of notice. Hunting does not. You are expected to know when you go out in the field to hunt or fish, you are expected to know where you are.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Yeah, just to echo my colleague who was on Judiciary in the interim with me, I had a lot of heartburn about this bill. Ultimately, I thought that it was important that the body had a discussion about it, but I do think, you know, when we look at our other trespass or our other statutes really in Title 23, particularly as it pertains to hunters and sportsmen and women, there's no knowingly, there's no intent. So I get that this is a longer discussion and question, but I think it's one that maybe we need to have a discussion on in terms of, are we okay with prosecuting people for doing something that they had no intention of doing? We recently passed another bill. I won't get too far into detail, but it had to do with signage from landowners. So it was looking at if landowners are doing something, then this is the consequence for it. The difference with that bill and this bill is that for landowners, we went above and beyond to make sure we don't get anybody who's not intentionally trying to break the law. We had intent, so they had to have the intention of keeping people from hunting lawfully, and they also had knowingly. And then we defined knowingly, which included notice from a law enforcement officer. So there's a discrepancy between how we hold hunters accountable and how we hold landowners accountable. And maybe that's appropriate to some degree, but I think we might be too far disconnected, and maybe we need to have a conversation about that. So I might be bringing a second reading amendment dealing with that specific issue, but my concern with this bill was somebody using a private road, not knowing, because in my county, my neck of the woods, we've got a ton of roads in those snowy mountains that are technically going through private property, but they might have, maybe the landowner doesn't care. They let people use their road. Great. Hopefully Game and Fish uses their discretion to not ticket those folks, but there's a lot of question when we come into something without having intent. So that's my heartburn, and if you share it with me, let's join forces.
Representative Banks, are you wanting to speak? Okay. Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think it's important we stay focused on this bill and the language in this bill, which is new. This bill addresses the issue of somebody going across your private property to hunt or fish on somebody else's property, whether that be public lands or another private parcel. If those folks are on your land and they're hunting, strict liability prevails on hunting and fishing trespass. The trespasser is expected to know whose land you're upon when you're hunting and fishing. That's already the law. That's nothing changes with this law. The only thing that changes here is this aspect of going to or coming back. Because game wardens can already cite for violations when you're hunting and fishing on property where you don't have permission. This is about, I don't stop to hunt or fish on this private property, but I trespass across this property in order to hunt or fish on the other side. That's what this bill does. And so if we, I think we ought to vote this bill up and down based upon what this bill does, and not about some concern that we have with broader statutory issues that predate this bill itself.
Majority Whip Western.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I'm going to go ahead and push back a little bit and argue that the bill is just not necessary at this point. Under Title 23, wardens can and do cite folks for this type of trespassing. Sure, there are some that don't, but that's an inconsistency in enforcement by the department. They already have all the statutory authority they need to cite a Title 23 trespass. So I would argue that it's unnecessary. So on and against. Thank you.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just have a question that was raised by a constituent from an email I got. And their question was, is there a reason why this seems to be directed specifically at sportsmen, hunting and fishing and those types of things, and why this doesn't include people who would be crossing land for more recreational purposes like rock hunting or photography or hiking or those types of things? Thank you.
Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So to respond to the last two speakers, the last one first, a long time ago, this body made a policy choice that hunters, anglers, et cetera, outdoorsmen like that fall into that category are held to a higher standard. And all we're doing is clarifying what the intent of the bill is. To be honest with you, there are some spots in the state where they actually enforce it as what we're proposing with this bill, but the majority do not, and that's because of an Attorney General opinion that was issued quite some time ago telling them they could not. And so we're trying to make clear that driving through somebody's property to go hunting or fishing is a trespass, and that it doesn't fall under Title VI necessarily, falls under Title 23. That's what we're trying to get at, and that's why it doesn't apply to the other groups, because they're not already listed in the statute. We could open it up to that, but it gets a lot more complicated, and we weren't trying to do that in the committee. To the former speaker up there as to whether or not it was needed, I think I just touched on that, but there's an Attorney General opinion saying that this can't be enforced to cover what we're wanting to do within the bill. That's why we're doing it, and that's why it's not already being enforced. It is necessary if we want to stop trespassing. And I will say, I think as a broader policy discussion, we're trying to work, this is a big issue. Public access is a big issue, and we're trying to work together, all the groups, right? This particular bill had broad support from all the groups, landowners, stock growers, the hunting groups, several of them showed up and testified in favor of this bill. And so I think what we're realizing as a state is it's going to take everybody to solve this problem. And this is one step in that direction. We passed another bill, I think it was referred to earlier, also a step in the right direction in making sure that there is access where it needs to be, and that there isn't illegal access where there shouldn't be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Jennings.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. So I was a no on the second time, and I think there was a second one also possibly, but the first time go around, there was a lot of testimony in favor of this, but there also was testimony opposed to it. And there were several issues with this that I have with it. Some of the private property right, I'm okay with. But then again, there's other parts to this. Just like the good bringer said, somewhere back in our previous history, we have decided that anglers and hunters are more responsible than rock hounds or arrowhead hunters or hikers or campers or whatever that might be. And I look at this is codifying this part of this. We ought to, if we were going to do it, we should have taken a more comprehensive look at it and taken care of that for everyone. It's not right to single out hunters and anglers. And then I also have some issue with the allowing criminal trespass bills or tickets to be written. It's another aspect of having another agency have a little bit more discretion in how they want to ticket. And so this bill changes that also. And so for those reasons and a number more, I'd be a no on this.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Following up on the comments that just preceded mine, during the committee hearing in Judiciary, we did hear from several individual hunters who made some points I thought were very persuasive, and that was this really does single out hunters and it hurts hunters. So let me give you an example. I'm a photographer. I love taking nature pictures. So I walk across somebody's property to go look for animals to shoot with a camera. I take pictures of them. I'm not hunting, I'm photographing them. Somebody else does that same act with a gun intended to shoot that animal with a gun. That person is guilty of a crime. I'm not, under the way this bill is worded. Now, I don't know if that means I should vote against it or in favor of it, but it does mean that hunters do have harsher treatment, and I have a problem with that. So I do think that if I'm a hunter, I might want to oppose this bill because it creates a crime that didn't. Now, when I walked across the property, I may have been a civil trespasser, but I'm not a criminal, and the hunter is, and I think that's a problem.
Representative Grego.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to respond to a couple of things. This does not hurt hunters unless you're illegally trespassing, right? Let's make that clear. You're somewhere you're not supposed to be. Number two, you may have been a criminal trespasser. The property may have been posted and you still trespassed anyways, right? This just allows our game wardens to write the ticket because they cannot write a ticket under criminal trespass. Under Title VI, they're not allowed to write that ticket, even though there's a big, huge sign right there that says no trespassing. They can't write that ticket. And that's the loophole we're trying to close. We're not trying to keep hunters from getting access legally. We're just trying to keep them from getting access illegally.
Representative Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've been going back and forth with this, and I don't think I can support this bill. Everything that has to deal with property rights, I'm in support of, but I see this as a target of one specific group. This is increasing game wardens' power to not only deal with wildlife, but now we have to deal with trespass across other people's property. And like what was saying before, if I'm going picnicking or I'm going picture taking, I'm not in violation. So the game warden can watch me walk across. If I walk back with a fishing pole, now I'm in violation. I just think this is an increased power to one group, for a group of specific law enforcement officers and our game wardens to target one group. And I don't think this is the way to go about it. So I'm a no on this bill, and I urge your no vote as well.
Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So we just heard it. This is at its core a private property rights bill, which is something that I believe has and should have broad support in our great state. I mean, and private property rights, as I believe we all would agree and know, are foundational and fundamental in our state and in our country. And so I want to address or discuss a couple of different points. So this is brought up that if you're taking, if you're trespassing on somebody's private land to take a picture, somehow this didn't cover that. I mean, if we want to bring that up in a separate bill, you don't cover everything in a bill, but there's a reason for it. First of all, you are violating their private property rights. Make no mistake. If you are going onto somebody's land, you don't have permission, whether it's to walk, hike, take a picture, you are violating their private property rights. But that's not what this bill is about. This bill is about going on people's land to hunt and fish, and an enforcement by the agency that deals with hunting and fishing. So it makes sense. A little bit of what we're talking about here is creating a red herring about things that aren't in front of us. So this gives them the ability to do it. We, as has been said, we had sportsman groups and sportsmen for this, because the law-abiding ones want to have this good relationship with private property owners and landowners. I think there were like 9 different groups in support of this, and nobody is concerned about it. That is the law-abiding groups. They don't try to go take a shortcut or maybe just, and we heard this too, it's getting to be such a moneymaker, the horn hunting industry, if you will, that it's basically, like maybe it's worth it. So it is a specific problem. We haven't heard from landowners about droves of cameramen going on to their place and photographers. We're solving the problem that is in front of us now. And this is it's this fit with the agency, with the action that is happening, that we're trying to prohibit while protecting private property rights and landowners. So I would encourage your support.
Representative Provenza.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have lost more sleep over this bill this session than I think any other bill. And so when I say I have heartburn, I'll also say that I see a path forward and a vision for Wyoming where sportsmen and women and landowners can come together. Because ultimately, if we want to do something substantial and real for public land access, and we need to because we have millions of acres that are landlocked. And I want folks in Wyoming to have their constitutional right to hunt, fish, and trap. And end of story. That's, at the end of the day, that's the goal. And I think we can't get there if we continue to have contention between the two groups. And so while I have voted against this bill before, and in some, not sure that I fully support it, I do say this is one of those pieces of legislation that's part of a bigger discussion that warrants us working on it together, like the good country lawyer and I, who have been on opposing sides of this issue. So, yeah, I would just ask that we work this bill and we give it the due attention and work of this body and not just toss it aside. Thank you.
Majority Whip Western.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. It was said that an attorney general opinion had rendered our wardens unable to write trespass tickets. My concern is there's got to be some kind of disconnect because there's all these trespass tickets that have been written between now and then, and every single hunting season, this past one and the one before that. So something's got to give. There's some kind of disconnect because they're still writing some of these tickets, perhaps not at the frequency that maybe they should. Ultimately, that's at the discretion of the warden, but there's a disconnect there, and I need some help filling it. Thank you.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So we're having this conversation today because I changed my vote. So I voted no against this in committee and we killed this bill. And the reason being is I got a large barrage of contacts from sportsmen in my community saying this is going to be a problem and these are the reasons. After having conversation with them, having conversation with our fur, feathers, and scales division of the state, and having a conversation with the landowners, I'm realizing that what we're dealing with here is the fact that there is a loophole, you guys. We have to understand this. So I want to just talk to everyone who owns any property here. Is it wrong for me to cross your property to harvest an animal off of public land if that land is locked by your property? That's the question you have to ask yourself. Now, the reality is I'm a sportsman and I own 11 acres. I would love it if I could access all landlocked public land, but the reality is under current statute and law, that isn't the case. And so what we're having happen is we're having a breach where people are using this, especially in the remote areas of our state where law enforcement isn't close by, to cross over, harvest animals off of public land, cross back over, and not being held accountable. And so this would open it up for that to be enforceable. So really, again, I hate to sound like a broken record, but this is a policy question if we want to do that. Now, you have to understand the most powerful individual in the state in the realm of law enforcement is those fur, feather, and scale wardens. They can pull you over for speeding. They can do a lot of things, but they can't write this ticket, even though it has to do with a wildlife infraction. So really, this is in their wheelhouse. Do we want to give them that power? Again, policy decision. But the reason I changed is because after talking to the sportsmen in my community, their concern this wouldn't breach that concern that they had, and that was small pieces of private land that we have logging roads crossing for access into other areas already pre-set up. Those easements have been preemptively established through the time, and so this wouldn't be taking away their ability to access through those. This here is directly talking about an issue where we have people nefariously accessing to harvest and coming back across. So that's why I changed my vote. Wanted to give you my opinion on it. Again, it's a policy decision. I wish it wasn't an issue because I wish people would respect private property. But the reality is people don't always do that. And so we have to stand on this floor and make some decisions of policy if we think that's right. So ultimately, that's a decision you have to make right now. But this isn't going to, in my opinion, from what I've seen, destroy the sportsman's ability to hunt. If it did, I wouldn't be up here telling you this right now because I'm land poor, folks. I represent that community, but I also come from a community that's predominantly private or landlocked public and ranchers. And they're saying, hey, this is a legitimate issue. I had conversations with multiple landowners saying this was issues we had this year. And these individuals, they thumb their nose at you and say, what are you going to do about it? You can't hold me. So I definitely am on and for and believe that it's a policy decision we have to make to address an issue.
Representative Pendergraft.
First, thank you, Madam Chair. First a question first a comment and then a question. Where my home is, there is a sledding hill nearby. And if a bunch of neighborhood kids on their way to sledding want to trot across my backyard back and forth, is that okay or not? Do I have a right to ask them to go around my property or not? So that's the comment. The question is, maybe it's not even relevant, and forgive me if it isn't, but I had a particular circumstance out hunting pronghorn, and this was a place where two different zones, two different hunting areas came together, along with some private land and a section of school land and a narrow strip of state land. And I really wanted to get onto that school section because there was a spring there, and at the right time of day, all of the animals come down to water, so it's a good place to be. I really wasn't able to determine exactly where I was. I had a GPS that told me within so far, but they're not always reliable, depending on how many satellites you've got. There was a fence line there that to me obviously didn't jive with anything, so I didn't really know where that was. Long story short, I come across a game warden and I said, hey, can you tell me exactly where I am? And her response was no. So my question is there a standard for determining exactly where you are? And is that anywhere in statute? Thank you.
Chairman Washut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in response to the question or comment made by the majority whip. Yes, game wardens write lots of trespass tickets, but they write trespass tickets when somebody is on private property and hunting or fishing without permission. What they don't write is when you go across somebody's private property and you don't hunt or fish on that property, but then you hunt or fish on the adjacent property and come back across the private property. That's the area of law. That's the loophole we're trying to address here. And just like the previous speaker about the children going across the property to get to the sledding hill, the difference is that under existing Wyoming law for the last many, many years, the game wardens can cite people who are trespassing on private property to hunt or fish. What we're extending here is if you're going across to hunt or fish on another parcel. That's the change. So 95% of what's been described in this debate is already illegal, okay? If you go up to somebody's ranch and there's a sign at the gate that says no trespassing, and you drive past that sign and go to the land on the next side of the other side of that parcel, and then do something on that other property, you've already trespassed. That's a criminal trespass under Title VI. What we're changing here is simply to include that if you're leaving property that you have permission to be on, go across property that you don't have permission to be on, and then engage in hunting or fishing, and then come back across that property, then that's the trespass that now will fall under Title 23, the game and fish trespass, and the warden could cite you for that. They don't cite you for that today because that's a criminal trespass. It's no less illegal. It's just more enforceable if we allow the game wardens to enforce that. The crime's already being committed. If you're driving past the gate and it says no trespassing, and the game warden can't cite you today, you're still committing a crime. You're just getting away with it because the deputy sheriff is back 40, 50 miles or 100 miles away. So we're not really changing that. All we're changing is if your intention is to cross that private property to either hunt or fish or trap on the next parcel, or if you've been hunting and fishing on that other parcel and come back across this private property, now that's a Title 23 trespass that can be enforced by a game warden. But yes, game warden's been writing trespass tickets for Title 23 trespasses for many years. We're just including this new characterization of trespass under Title 23.
Representative Banks?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I think there's a simple solution. It's probably not simple, but if somebody can explain to me, why don't we just call the sheriff? If the crime's already been committed and these things are already taking place, it's illegal activity, let's call the sheriff instead of increasing the authority and the power of some of these other government officials. Let's put it back to the responsibility of it is to enforce these laws, which is the sheriff's department. And I heard a little comment that says, well, they might be 40 miles away. Well, the game warden might be 60 miles away across the mountain. So I don't think that argument holds much luster, but if someone could just answer that, I feel like that could be a simple solution. Thank you.
Representative Craigo?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So just to respond to that, actually that argument does hold a lot of weight. Oftentimes when the game wardens are out in the field during hunting season, they witness this. And so there's actually some constitutional provisions that prevent them from holding people for inordinate amounts of time for the sheriff's deputy to get there to write the ticket. So the theory is, let's just give the game wardens the ability to write the ticket and be done with it. Oftentimes the deputies are not out in the field. We don't have enough law enforcement in most of our counties, and our counties are huge. And so they're not out in the field every day during hunting season, but the game wardens are. And so that's why it's important that they have the ability to actually write the ticket and not sit there for, let's say, 4 hours while the deputy gets there to write the ticket. That's the weight in that argument.
Representative Jennings?
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. So I guess I have one more question to that then, because we hear that the warden already has the right to write a ticket, and I'm understanding that's probably the civil aspect of that, and we're wanting to give them the capability of writing the criminal. Anybody have an idea of what the difference is in cost? Maybe we could hear that.
Sensing the urge to vote. All the question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Washett's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 56 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 56 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 67. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 67, sponsored by Senator Schuler. multi-purpose vehicles, disabled license plates, an act relating to motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, to whom is referred Senate File 67 engrossed, multi-purpose vehicles, disabled license plates, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Berger, Brown, Nemec, Obermuller, O'Hearn, Pendergraph, Smith, Stivar, Wiley. Representative Brown, Chairman.
You have heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Representative Berger?
Nope, Chairman Brown.
What is your pleasure, Chairman Brown? Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rise and report it, do so with the recommendation that Senate File 67 do pass. And I further move the explanation of the bill over to the good freshman representative from the land where the, I don't know, Uinta Mountains? We'll call it that. Yeah, that works.
Representative Berger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. I bring you, everyone, Senate File 67. This is just a bill that allows person with a disability to be able to be issued a special license plate with the disabled designation for multi-purpose vehicles. So I'll stand for any questions.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Brown's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, to do so the recommendation that Senate File 67 do pass. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Senate File 67 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 96. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 96, sponsored by Water. Omnibus Water Bill Planning and Administration, an act relating to water development projects. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 96 engrossed, Omnibus Water Bill Planning and Administration, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Swanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Nicholas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the Committee of the Whole rise and report. It does so with a recommendation that Senate File 96 do pass. And I will turn the explanation of the bill and the amendment over to the good representative from Fremont County.
Chairman Larson.
Madam Chairman, I'm going to take care of the amendment, and then the good chairman of Agriculture is going to take care of the explanation of the bill, but I'd like to move House Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 9 and ask for your favorable consideration. In the water planning bill, I'm going to explain to you some funding things that we've done, and the good chairman of Agriculture will then come up and tell you about the projects that we're doing. Several years ago,
I'm sorry, Chairman. I think you mean Senate File 96. You said Senate File.
I did. Thank you for the correction. What are we on? Senate File
Thank you. Please proceed.
96?
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. And what day of the week is it? I thank you, Madam Chairman. Appreciate that. So Water Development 1 is the funds for that come out of the below the line on Permanent Mineral Trust Fund dollars, and we use these for level 1, level 2 studies, very important projects and things that we do. Over the years, we have funded the administration of the program, sometimes with general funds and sometimes out of the state engineer's office. When we fund it out of the state engineer's office, of course, that reduces the number of projects that we can do. But historically, it's been this body's position that it should come out of there rather than using general funds. But in this bill, the Select Water Committee make an amendment to have all of the funding for the administration of the border control come out of general funds, and then appropriate another $500,000 out of general funds for some activities in water development number 1 as well. Then what we've done is we we visited with the good chairman, all of the appropriations committee visited with the single chairman of agriculture, and he gave us the one-eyed glare. I think he could make a three-legged cat purr. He defended his position on having these water development funds come out of the general fund. We pushed back with tenacity. We drooled and clawed, and he beat us back. And at the end of the day, as we met with him and the directors that oversee our water stuff, we suggested that what we do is, you recall in the construction, in House Bill 93, which is the water construction, we appropriated an extra $30 million to that Water 3 account. And so what we've done is we says, okay, we'll take half the administrative costs, the $3,564,000, and the $500,000, half of the $1 million expenditure. We'll take half that out of general fund and allow you to take the other half, which totals to $4 million, out of the $30 million that we appropriated to Water 3. And then what we do is say that any of the reversions for any of the general funds or the Water 3 funds either go back to Water 3 if there's any left over, and those that come out of the general fund, instead of going back to the general fund, would revert to Water 1. So, and then what we left in place on the funding that was appropriated out of general fund was a position for $125,000 and another $500,000 that would be for contract labor for contract, and felt that both of those were appropriately out of the general fund. So that's the amendment is as I explained it, and I would ask for your support.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 96, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. Less than 36. Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 96 has passed. We are back on the bill. Representative Warnock.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to hear why the three-legged cat purred. I'd like to hear why there was pushback from the chairman of the Water Committee on making this change, and to know if, you know, it seemed like we only got one side. I'd like to hear both sides of the story on this bill. Thank you.
Chairman Eklund.
Madam Chairman, he's not purring very much, and he's not the chairman of the Select Water. The chairman of the Select Water isn't here, but we have a couple of the members of Select Water that'll try to explain part of what water development does, and I think that's what I'd like to get us back to. And part of why, you know, while you're thinking about that amendment that takes the Board of Control and takes it out of out of water development and funds it with general fund. It doesn't do that permanently, so I'm thinking that when we get into the budget session next year, in case something happens to the Select Water Committee or anybody there, remember this, that water development is water development and the state engineer regulates things. Those are two separate deals. The Board of Control is regulation. It belongs in the state engineer's office. And I just we disagree on it, some of us do. But that's something that I think needs to happen. You take that much money out, $15 million out of this water development, and that's $15 million you can't do water projects with. And I think that we owe it to that agency to be able to do the most work that they can, because it's an agency of great expertise. All the states in the country would love to have our water development office. It's overseen by a water development commission. They look, between them and the water development office, they look at projects that need to be completed. They're brought to water development. They go through some preliminary planning, and then they go into some long-range planning. If you look at the bill, we're going to work on what water development should be doing in planning. If you look at the bill, Section 1, Level 1, Reconnaissance Studies, New Development, and you look on page 2, line 16, the new development, it'll show you kind of the beginning end of what water development will do. It'll look at a master plan, and from that master plan, they'll be able to decide what needs to be done first. There's a lot of fixing to do with the infrastructure and water in Wyoming. Most of it's 100 years old, and we our office tries to do what they can. But a master plan helps these folks figure out what they need to do first, and our water development offices figures that out as well. Then you go into level 2 feasibility studies, new development, and that would take you to page 3, and it shows you what projects there are there. They start costing a little bit more as you get into level 3. Then you get into level 1 reconnaissance studies, rehabilitation, and those are a little bit different. Where we got into the amendments was towards the end, and what I think we probably need to be cautious of when we're trying to run bills, pieces of legislation through the appropriations bill, we get into trouble. We'll be in trouble with the chief executive on doing that. He'd rather that we run that through the budget bill through the budget, not run. Well, what we got into trouble with some of this was running the budget through a bill, and it needs to go through the budget process. So that's what they're trying to work on, and I would rather that we had the full amount of money that we would like to have for future projects. There is the argument that it will not draw any significant income while it sits around in Water 3. Those are things that will be discussed in joint conferencing committees. Usually we don't even have a joint conference committee. We have a bill that's done and it doesn't get monkeyed with by anybody, and you just agree and both bills pass. We've got to go back and forth between the Senate with both bills and come to, everybody has a few bargaining chips, and we'll come back with whatever will work. I'd like to see something in between the 75 million and the 30 million. As far as Water 3, I'd like to see And I'm talking both bills now because all of this was thrown into both bills. And I'd like to see the state engineer's office separate from water development, and I'd like to see cloud seeding back into it. I just hate to see the mountains all dry and the reservoirs empty, and that's kind of what we had before we started cloud seeding. The only place that we don't cloud seed is the Laramie Range because the La Perelle Dam is faulty, and we don't dare fill it any more than we should, and that's a range that is just bone dry. So hopefully we get that fixed. Anyway, if there's any questions, I'll try to answer them. You can kind of look down the list, and more than likely there's something in your area. That's a good thing. The good thing about the omnibus water bills, I think everybody gets something good for their community out of it. So when you go back to your constituents and they say, what'd you get done? You can always refer to water, and more than likely there's a project in your area that we helped with.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Not being an expert on any of this, I just want to say that I do realize, though, as a citizen of this state, that water is extremely important, and any amount of money to manage it, maintain it, take care of it, provide it. We have communities right now that are growing. We need to be able to access all the water that is possible for us to have. And I believe that this department manages their money well, and that we need to support them and let them have the money that they need. The citizens of Wyoming need water, and the citizens of Wyoming, at least in my district, are willing to pay for it. So thank you. Yes.
Representative Warnock.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Another question on the bill, if I may. So it seems like in the bill we're changing where the funding mechanism comes from. If this bill is voted down, is the funding still in place somewhere else for these important projects? Or if this bill is voted down, then do these projects disappear for another bill another day? That's my question. Thanks.
Representative Davis.
Madam Chairman, visiting with the agency there, and you look at the tally on the book and stuff like that, and visiting with the other people throughout the state of Wyoming, there's far more of a demand for the agency than the funding there. So we're running shy on the funding side. There are many projects out there that the agency is being required to fulfill. The only problem is they're short of money. I mean, they're currently looking at the aging infrastructure of the state of Wyoming, and it not even being funded here. It's not even being addressed in this bill. These are the things that we need to be ready to do and act upon. It seems to me that we're losing the vision of the intent of the severance tax, and that's to take the money from and put it back into a renewable resource, the Wyoming water of this state. So I'm still confused with why we're messing with this bill this much.
Chairman Larson.
So I think what you have to understand is we don't take any money away from the projects. And in this bill, we fund the administration of the projects with general funds. Whereas historically, we've been taking them out of the water engineer's office. So I don't know what the whining is for, because we're actually funding it out of the general fund, which was, and then we take the other half of it out of the additional 30 million that we put into it. Now, so if the bill dies, these projects get put back a year, whatever. But the funding for the projects come from the severance. The administration is what we changed to general fund dollars that have nothing to do with the severance. So I think that the bill, as it lays right now, would be very palatable to the body. To my good colleague from down around the Little Snake River, I think he's absolutely right. We've got aging infrastructure. Is it the role of the state now to replace all the aging infrastructure? Or do the citizens of the state who use water delivery, sewer delivery, other delivery, have a responsibility to help pay for that as well? That's a discussion that really needs to come to the table, because I would argue that it is not the role of the state to replace all of the domestic water in the state for municipalities to use.
I was advised that we avoid the use of the word whining.
Madam
Chairman Larson,
Point of order.
sensing the urge to vote.
Point of order.
Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, Speaker Summers. what's
My
your
point is the word whining is not acceptable at the mic.
Thank you, Speaker Summers. Sensing the urge to vote. Sorry, Representative Alamand. I'm vertically challenged and didn't see you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Everybody in this room knows I don't spend money. But this bill is needed because our water infrastructure, we spend money on infrastructure. That's what we should do. And water is infrastructure, and this state needs all the water we can get. And I have some problems with the bill. I don't know what the Douglas study's about, the water well study, and I have some problems with it. But I know that Wyoming has one big problem, as does Louisiana. We don't have much water, and they have way too much. But I would urge a vote yes on this, because I look at it as infrastructure and not throwing money away. And we cannot let these projects become so far wore out that we can't ever fix them. Thank you.
Representative Banks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, just going back to what the good chairman said, if we look through the bill, there's something that benefits every community or a community in all your districts in this state. This is the one thing that we can look at that has a direct impact on our communities and for the benefit of a majority of the people in that community. So this is money well spent in a resource that we know is going to help our farmers and ranchers, recreation, all of these things that have a direct impact on the state of Wyoming. In my little district, we have some major projects. And the funding for them that's in this bill is vitally important. It was one of the things that I was charged with to fight tooth and nail to get that. I'm happy that the Water Committee took that seriously and it's in this bill. So I encourage the passage of this bill because it's one of the things we can take back to our people and say, we worked on this, we got these projects for you. We made sure Wyoming's water stayed in Wyoming. So ask for your favorable consideration for this.
Chairman Eklund.
I would urge the passage of the bill. A lot of work's been gone into it. The worst thing we could ever do is probably fail a bill with this much work in it. And there is some money spent in the planning bill, more of the money. Well, like if you go to page 11, there's almost 10 million on the Levitt Reservoir. There's Alkali Creek, that one's above Worland. We've already got tens of millions of dollars tied up in it. The big money really is in the construction bill. So we're spending quite a bit of money and we're getting some good work done. And this continues to be just because Select Water kind of messed around with what was done by Water Development and the Water Commission. Doesn't mean we should defeat the bill. I'd urge an aye vote and call for the question.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Nicholas's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 96 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 96 has passed the Committee of the Whole. And now the real speaker will take over.
Representative Larson, Lloyd. Privilege, please.
Mr. Chairman, we are so blessed today to have visiting with us one of the true diplomats and supreme committee chairman that this body has had. We've got with us Elaine Harvey, who was the chairman of Labor and Health. Her last year, she passed 17 committee bills. 17 committee bills, not one failed. That's the type of work she done. And if you were on her committee, all you done was ask questions and got the work done. So she's here with her husband. I love her. She's a great committee chairman, and we'd like to welcome her to the floor.
Welcome to the House.
I don't have the candy bar, but I'll let you know.
Okay. Thank you for that warm welcome. I really appreciate it. I have had such a fun time here today. Looking down, we were up in the balcony before lunch. And to pick out people that I actually knew was really fun. Representative Harshman and I came into the legislature 57th, class 57th, and my understanding is that no bigger waves were made until this year. So quite a few of us that were new. I have so enjoyed the memories that I have. I enjoyed the 14 years that I worked down here. I did not enjoy the 18-hour days. And if you're not doing 18-hour days, you're not doing your job. So get busy. And there are a lot of things that I was able to accomplish that were outside of these halls. And one of them was to attend the Kettering Foundation Civility Project. And so if y'all need any help, I am now a trainer and we'll be happy to teach you a little bit of civility. I did it as a chairman. I'm willing to continue to do that. Thank you for your welcome. Thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you, Representative Harvey. Representative Harvey, Chairman Harvey was one of the great chairmen of the House, of all the House chairmen that I've been around. And she is missed still to this day. And I so much value the friendship that I developed with her. And I think all of us did. She was kind of a mother hen to the House, and we appreciate that. She was a tough chairman. So thank you for coming and thank you for visiting. Now I'll turn it back over to the good chairman of Committee of the Whole.
The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 113. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 113, sponsored by Senator Pappas. Architects Practice Act Amendments, an act relating to professions and occupations. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 113 engrossed, Architects Practice Act Amendments, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Haroldson, Harshman, Knapp, Newsom, Olson, Ottman, Wiley, Yin. Representative Olson, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Olson?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 113 do pass. There are no amendments, and I'll take the explanation of the bill. Following water in Wyoming, which can be very riveting and controversial, I bring you the Architects Practice Acts Amendments Bill, which is neither controversial nor riveting. Okay, so this bill basically comes to us from and at the request of the Wyoming board that licenses our architects and landscape architects. The Practice Act has and does and continues to serve the profession, and some minor edits are required from time to time to keep up with the changing times and allow this profession to be more efficient, as these proposed minor changes allow. The proposed language inside this bill, again, minor changes to the Practice Act, and they were vetted thoroughly by the board, the profession, and members of the profession. In sum, what this bill does is it modifies, has a modification of license qualifications to allow architect students to begin testing prior to graduation. It provides an alternative to the accredited education requirement in accordance with national standards, brings them up to par with national standards, allowing licensees to document experience while trying to seek licensure. It clarifies on completion of the exam required for licensure. The board currently has to mail out renewals for licenses, and they have to do that by certified mail. This bill eliminates the requirement of certified mail notices that the board sends on the license renewals, and we're told from the particular board that they will most likely be just doing this by email. So cost-saving measure and efficiency measure as well. And then the last thing that this bill does is it has basically a grant in it. It grants funds for the purpose of continuing education for architects. Licensed architects are required to complete so much continuing education each year. And basically this bill says we're going to take a portion up to, I believe it's up to 1/2 of the funds paid in by the members, so their own dollars can be used for CE. So again, in sum, this bill does three things. Its intent is to better align with national standards. That's number one. Number two, that the renewals that were sent by mail are now being sent by email. And number three, a portion of their own fees as a grant back to the members for continuing education. And that's it. And if there are no questions, I would call for the question, Madam Chairman.
Question having been called. All those in favor of Chairman Olson's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 113 do pass, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 113 has passed the committee of the whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate File 169. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate File 169, sponsored by Senator Hicks. State Shooting Complex Task Force, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 9, Minerals, Business, and Economic Development, to whom is referred Senate File 169 engrossed, State Shooting Complex Task Force, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Banks, Burkhart, Conrad, Heiner, Knapp, Larson, Lawley, Tarver, Western. Representative Burkhart, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Burkhart?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I move that when the committee of the whole rise to report it, do so with a recommendation that Senate File 169 do pass. I further remove the adoption of the Standing Committee Amendment, and I turn the explanation of the Standing Committee Amendment over to the good representative from the western part of the state, and the bill to the representative from the center of the state.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. This is actually a Committee of the Whole Amendment, so I'm going to move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 169. Members, this is just some clarifying changes. In the supplemental budget, we appropriated general funds for this project, so we no longer need to apply ARPA dollars to it. And we also clarified that gifts, contributions, and other donations can be accepted in this account for this project. So with that, I'll ask for the question.
Question having been called. All those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 169 signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 169 has passed. We are back on the bill. Chairman Washit.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We've had some discussion about this topic during our budget work, and we have passed the budget, which included some of the funding for this project. But let me just give you a big 50,000-foot view of what we're talking about here. What this project is looking forward to creating is a destination shooting complex somewhere in Wyoming. And it would be the kind of complex that would be attractive to national matches, perhaps regional matches, maybe even some international matches. When we look around the country at some of the facilities that host these national matches, what we see is that it's a combination of features that make those facilities attractive to these very large matches where hundreds and hundreds of competitors will come and stay for multiple days and spend a lot of money in the local economy. The features will either be simply size, a facility that can accommodate large numbers of shooters on a single day or over a course of multiple days, so that they can complete the stages in a timely manner. And other times it is the amenities that exist at that particular range. Certain features, it might be topography, it might be just the layout of the facility that makes it particularly attractive to that type of match. And what we're hoping to accomplish here is co-locating facilities for a wide array of shooting sports. Everything from archery and black powder to long-range rifle to multi-gun, trap and skeet, the full array, and to have them all co-located in one location so that when people talk about this facility across the country, whether they're trap shooters or long-range riflemen or multi-gun competitors, they'll mention this facility and everybody will know what they're talking about, right? It'll be a destination, that sort of place. Whichever community will receive this facility will certainly have a plum that will be important in economic development. It will attract a lot of tourism dollars into that local economy. So what is put forth in this bill is the creation of a task force, not a study task force, which oftentimes are less than warmly received by this body, but a working task force to take this project forward. And so this task force would consist of a wide number of people so that we get a lot of different views and that there's no predetermination of where this facility ultimately gets built. A lot of different people are going to have voices in this process. The governor or his designee will be part of this. The director of our folks who drive around in green pickup trucks will be, or his designee will be on this task force. The head of our folks who deal with parks and resources out there and the cultural land will be on this task force. There'll be folks from manufacturing, from the firearms or manufacturing industry, which is growing and becoming a more and more vibrant part of the Wyoming economy. There'll be a shooting sport representative. There'll be a representative from wildlife conservation. There'll be 2 members of the Wyoming House, 2 members of the Wyoming Senate. And that will be your task force. And that task force will be given many duties, which are laid out beginning on page 3. Number 1 is develop a framework for selection of a location for this complex. Number 2 will be to review other facilities around the country to gain ideas about the kinds of amenities and features that we may want to incorporate in ours. Develop a request for proposal so that local governments, county governments, industry, private individuals can participate and give us proposals for the building of this complex. And then make recommendations after reviewing those proposals, make recommendations for the development and location and administrative structure of the complex. That task force will then file reports with the Joint Travel Committee and with the Chief Executive's Office. And then not later than October 1st of each year, the task force will file these reports so that we'll have a status update. The legislative members of the task force will participate and will be compensated per our per diem and mileage standards. The task force will also have a staff member from the LSO. So then we get to section 2 of the bill on page 5, you'll see that we appropriate $40,000 general fund to the governor's office to cover the expenses of those members appointed by the governor to serve on the task force. And then on page 6, you'll see there's $45,000 allocated out of the LSO budget, general fund to the LSO, general fund dollars to the LSO to pay for the salary, travel, and expenses of the LSO member and legislators who participate in this process. Any unused funds will revert back, as is our typical practice. Then when you look at section 3, that's where the amendment came in. We funded $5 million general fund for this process. That's already been funded. $2,500,000 from the tourism reserve account. The executive of that office is on board with this process. Has testified in both the House and Senate committees that this type of project is exactly the type of thing that the Wyoming Tourism Reserve Project Fund was established to assist with. And they have adequate funds to provide for the appropriation called for in this bill. We also have $2,500,000 allocated as a permissive, a may from the Game and Fish. This is a requirement in order to use the Pittman-Robertson money. It has to be, cannot be dictated from us. It has to be a permissive request. The director is on board as well. What I want to make sure everybody's aware of is we're talking about a lot of money here, but none of this money other than the task force funding will be expended without further action of the legislature. There will be another vote. Once the site plan, the development is taking place, we have a chart, we have some pictures, we have some diagrams. The task force will come back to the legislature, and at that time, the legislature will either give us a thumbs up or thumbs down on appropriation of the actual funds for siting and construction of this facility. I truly believe, members, that this is a great opportunity. One of our communities will be selected. We're not looking at putting part of this facility in one place and part of the facility in another. Rather, we're talking about putting all of these facilities co-located in one large complex that will be memorable, recognizable, and marketable. And with that, I'll stand for question.
Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So one of the things we're struggling with in America right now is the political climate has created somewhat of a mass exodus for this industry out of certain states and into others. And it's not only in the manufacturing and sale of, but it's also in the use of. And so last year, the state to the south of us, who has one of these large facilities, and they host a very prestigious shoot, they canceled the shoot because of the legislation passed by that certain state on mag limits. Up to this point, it was kind of more of an idea or a recommendation. Well, it went from a recommendation to all shooters must sign a waiver stating that they would not have any high cap mags on their person or in their gear. Well, if you understand 3-gun shooting, it's all high cap mags. And so what happened was this large shooting event was not able to be hosted by this state, and they went searching for a facility. And they wanted to look at, they were searching in our state for a facility because they're like, politically, that's the type of country we're looking for, but we don't have the facility. So one of the things that we're having to understand at this point is we are teed up and we're at a place where Wyoming could be the destination stop for this industry. And not only in the manufacturing realm, but also in the sporting realm. So I believe this would be an opportunity for us to move forward in that way, and to just another way we can solidify the ability to eliminate the boom bust cycle of mineral only dependence as we bring manufacturing in. I believe this would just be another piece of that pie.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I love shooting. I love my guns. I don't love this bill. I'm concerned about this, and for a couple of reasons, but the first two reasons are in Section 2, and that's $85,000 that we're going to dole out from our general fund to pay for a task force. We're going to pay for a task force to give us a recommendation, and for all those of you who are newer members here and have not been through this process where we decide if we're going to put something in a new community or in a community, we don't take that task force's recommendation generally, and it usually ends up being about 20 to 25 amendments on the floor of why your community is better than mine and why my community is better than yours. And we battle it out, and we have an hour and a half worth of conversation in committee of the whole, then in second reading, and then finally in third reading, and then we have a joint conference committee because nobody can come to an agreement, and it ends up just not working, right? So we're going to spend $85,000 for a task force to do this study for us to not follow the study. It's kind of what we do. The next thing that I have concern about is the $5 million that claims that we're going to do ARPA. Let's be real, we're not going to be able to use ARPA funds for this. This is going to be general fund dollars. And we're going to do the $5 million there. Then we're going to do another $5 million combined between the Wyoming Tourism Reserve account and the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission, potentially from that one. And what I'm ultimately concerned about is when the government runs these types of projects, they typically run at a deficit. We have a shooting complex here in this county that runs at a deficit. It costs more money to have that operate on a daily basis than what we pull in for somebody going and spending $7 to $10 to go unload a few rounds in the indoor training or the indoor firing range or the outdoor firing range. It's probably not the greatest source of money, in my opinion, for a government-owned complex to be losing money on something like this. I think if there was a huge calling for this, the private sector would probably have been jumping in here and would have been opening something like this in one of the most Second Amendment friendly states in the entire country. So I'm really concerned about the fact that we're going to obligate $10 million to something that I don't know that it's government's job, really. I've received a whole bunch of emails this year telling me that it's our constitutional obligation to ensure that we're only protecting life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I would suggest that shooting is the pursuit of happiness, but $10 million is a lot of money to do this. So I'm going to urge a lot of caution on this particular bill. Again, I understand, and I have voted for every single gun protection bill that we've had walk through this building in my time here. I don't have anything against guns whatsoever. I have a problem with the government spending money on this particular bill. I don't think spending $80,000, $85,000 to have a task force meet multiple times for us to get the report so we can argue about whose community actually deserves the shooting complex is really the way to go. Let's just create a piece of legislation and fight that out without spending $85,000. So thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thanks, Madam Chairman. And first, let me allay some of those fears because this amendment we just passed took out that $5 million in ARPA and several of the other things that the speaker just mentioned. But I guess I just want to go like 10,000 steps back on why the state is pursuing a state shooting complex It's a government-run institution is what we're creating. There's nothing in the bill that says we're going to pass it off to the private sector, so we're going to build it and the state is going to ultimately run it like we do a university or a prison. I don't understand. But it's about guns, and so therefore we kind of, any other project, we want to be talking about this, but I guess it's shooting sports, so it's okay. But then we're going to have a task force, and the task force is just going to find a location and explore options, which means they're going to go to other states and have a really good time target shooting is what I read is going to happen. I can't figure out why it's going to, we need to find a location and then make recommendations for a location and then review proposals for a location and have cities and counties and other entities apply for a location. And they're going to go investigate what it's like in other states to have one of these, which seems really fun. But it does seem like the most bureaucratic task force I've had in recent memory. The SLIB board can do this, right? Those 5 members can do this without the legislature, State Land Investment Board, or even the State Building Commission. If this is going to be a state facility, those 5 members can do this without a task force. I just don't quite understand. And for those of you who haven't been here for the skilled nursing debates, better yet, let me take you back to when Chairman Harvey and I were here, and we had where we were going to site a new prison. And so that was a heck of a fun time for a year. After the battle, we still had 5 communities coming, pitching to individual legislators. It was one of the more epic battles that we had on this floor for an entire session. And as Chairman Brown said about a separate, or the good rep chairman of transportation, when it came to that skilled nursing facility, it was even more epic when it came to this institution of where we were going to put the new prison that ultimately ended up in Goshen County. I just think this is the wrong way to go about it. If the private sector really wanted one of these, they would come to us and we'd be partnering with them. The state shouldn't be leading on this. And I know we're going to do this anyway, and so I'm kind of battling against the waves here, right? But ultimately, we have to find a way forward in economic development in the state that isn't necessarily always firearms related, right? Our economic development organization for the state, we've had 2 major things in the past decade. About 10 years ago, we got a great entity in my community revolving around firearms. About 3-4 years ago up in the northern part of the state, another great facility. But we got to start branching out into other things. And this is one more thing that's going to attract people, and I appreciate that. I just keep thinking we put all of our focus in one area, and we're forgetting to focus on other great amenities that we could be bringing into the state. That being said, I will get off my soapbox, and I'm sure we're going to vote yes on committee of the whole for this, but I would like some more explanation of who is going to run this, and is the state going to ultimately be in charge of this shooting complex? Because I don't see that in the task force. And that's probably the most important issue we should be asking. Is this the state government going to be running this long-term? Or are we going to turn this over to a private entity or just the private sector after we do all the work? If someone could answer that.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would have to say I agree with a lot of what was said. Number one is, let me see, a facility like this, would it be something that was wonderful? Well, of course it would be. Are there shooting ranges in my county? Yes. And one of the little towns is is working with one of the bureaus to make that happen. And they're looking for economic development. But what I would say is that a task force and then state subsidy of this is at the proper role of government. Also, I would say that for $7 million to be kept in that is to be placed into account seems to me to assume that there's going to be more money that will be placed there pretty soon. I would also say is that if this is a wonderful idea, and I believe that people would come in, especially since it's not something that's provided everywhere, why doesn't the money come from the Wyoming Business Council or from things like that where they could develop these things? They're flush with money at this time. And so that would be the proper place. And then look for people. Surely we have people that have the millions of dollars it would take to establish this, maintain it, and then turn it over if they wish. The last thing I would say is that sometimes wonderful, wonderful ideas have really bad consequences. We have a facility in our county that is a wonderful idea. It's for economic development. It is for the furtherance of education in the agricultural sector of our state. And it was paid for by tax dollars. And now I'm getting mail saying, okay, we have the outside of this 18,000 square foot structure built, but we can't afford to do the infrastructure, so please send money. Could this be another one of those? So I would just say, well, it's a good idea. I think it needs a lot more work, so please vote no. Thank you.
Just a reminder that unless the state agency is named in the bill, we can't say it. We shouldn't say it from the mic. Representative Yin.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So if anyone, as legislators, we are often invited to the shooting sports competition that the chief executive holds. If anyone has ever been, you know, it is a good time. And I've been once, and I did really enjoy it a lot. And I think having a shooting sports facility that is world-class would be useful for the state. I think that's something that develops our #2 industry in the state of Wyoming, is a really good driver for a community's economic development. And I do think that is a good role of the state. There's a little concern, right, of the economics of it. It does feel like, right, if a city builds a huge stadium, sports stadium, this is kind of the same economic thing where it might end up being a drain on the community, but it still has that secondary effect of economic development around the community. I think it is something worthwhile for our state, so I'll be voting in favor of it. But one thing I would ask the bringer, as well as any other members who are in the committee, whether there was any discussion on guidelines of the sort of communities that we'd want to place this, right? So we have all different types of communities in our state, and I do think that it will be a fight when it comes back to the floor. So having guidelines in place to guide the task force on ideas of the type of things that we want to benefit with a shooting sports complex, I think would be good to put in the bill now, so there's justification when the task force comes back with a recommendation that the community that they ended up picking is actually relevant, instead of us just fighting again for each of our individual communities. So that would be my one recommendation, and I am curious on whether there were any thoughts in the committee for something like that.
Representative Allemand.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Here I go again. I want to spend more money. I think this is a good bill. I think we ought to look at it, and I remember a saying from a movie, if we build it, they'll come. I got another thought. I think if I vote against this, it would be like me voting for tearing down rodeo arenas, and I wouldn't be for either one. I think we should look into it. If it's at all feasible, I feel we should build it and put it on the market for sale the next day. Thank you.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When this idea was first presented to me many months ago, my gut reaction, and I wouldn't say that I haven't necessarily moved off of that, was what is government doing this project? It's a great idea. I love the concept. And this isn't just your run-of-the-mill shooting range. This is a world-class place where people can go shoot out to 2,000 meters. All sorts of things could draw a number of people. And that got me to thinking, and I just want to throw this out in the interest of fairness. Again, I haven't made up my mind. But one of the things that I do support public funds going for is large event centers or complexes, because I do believe that they draw a lot of money into a particular area, and I think they represent a good investment. And one of the things that's rolling around in my head right now, and there's plenty of room, is this that different from an event center? Would this bring in a number of people for all kinds of events? Would it really be the economic driver that we would hope it would be? Probably so. I like the idea. I wish that it was privately funded and left us out of there. And I would hope that this task force, should it be assigned, would go out and seek out private funding for someone to take this over and run it as a business in that regard. But at this point, I'm kind of leaning toward at least assigning a task force to look into it.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question touches a little bit back on the fiscal note, and I know that we just made an amendment that changed that a little bit, but my question going forward is how did we, and maybe some of the sponsors of the bill can help me with this, but how did we arrive at originally it was roughly $8 or $9 million or something like that. Where did that number come from? Are we thinking that this is a facility that's going to be costing around that amount, or is this a $50 million facility or a $100 million facility? I think that's some information that I need going forward to know, is this something, as was touched on with a previous speaker, that's going to keep coming back asking for more money and more money and more money? With regards to the task force itself, as concerns were brought up, will we even take the recommendations of this task force? And that's not something I have experience in be able to answer. But my question to that, or I would pose in addition to that, is maybe would this be a better interim topic than a task force? Thank you.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, as far as funding this, that shouldn't be a problem. We fund a lot of task force. They're in the water development, by the way. We studied level 1, level 2 at no cost to the, so this should be pretty much a walk in the park on this. And as far as those funds, those are obligated. They're not spent yet. We just keep them over there in that little pile over there. So I think we're in pretty good shape. And as far as looking at the future here, can you imagine if Winchester wanted to buy a wing of that complex and what they would put forth to have their name on there? Could be like the event center.
Just a reminder to avoid the proper names. Representative Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have been opposed to this idea for some time, and I promised the bringer of the bill that I actually would not speak on it. And I have discovered something just recently, just today, that makes me want to get up and speak on it on behalf of it, actually. And that is the fact that I've discovered that the Pittman-Roberts funds are actually supposed to be spent on projects like this. So as long as I continue to research this and determine that the funds that we're going to use to fund this project are, in fact, Pittman-Roberts funds, then I'm probably going to be in support of this issue, because we've actually taxed those people who buy ammunition for the purpose of building a facility like this. And if that's the case, then I think it's the proper thing to do with these funds. Now, I would say that I agree with those who are concerned about having a study done. I am not a big fan of these things, but I think when the whole state is going to be clamoring for the opportunity to have this in their community, it's probably best that we have people that help make that decision based on some really good research. So this might be a good opportunity to use such a method. And then to the good chairman of Labor, who said that we can't be profitable on these things. I would agree. I have huge concerns about that. And I think it was really brought up with the representative from House District 47 when he said that there are opportunities to get commercial backing for this. And I would hope that at some point the private sector takes over management of the facility so that it could be managed in a way that government just cannot do it. So at this point, I'm on and for the bill, but I'm going to continue researching it. Thank you.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So again, I just, maybe I got to thinking about the bill a little bit more. And one of the things that I saw in there that I do like and maybe makes me want to vote for this now is that I'm hoping that I can get appointed to this board, because they're going to go out and they're going to review other shooting complexes in the region. I want to go out and go shooting all day. and get paid to do it. And they go, yeah, I like that one. No, that one was a little better. But then it begs the question, if we've got these in the other areas in the region, what do we need one here for? Why are we going to appropriate any more money on this to have this discussion here if we've got these built in other areas in our region? What makes us think that what we're going to do is better than these areas and we're going to be able to attract these world-class shooting events? And if they were going to attract it, I would think the private sector would be clamoring to get in here and do this themselves. So not quite sold on the bill yet, but we'll give her a shot.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When I first heard of this bill, I too was a little concerned, but having spent time on our committee that deals with travel, recreation, wildlife, and tourism, I soon began to see what backing was behind this. You know, we had testimony. I'm on the committee that this came out of. We had testimony that funds would be taken from the lodging tax. So it's tourism paying for tourism, our second largest industry, paying for replenishing and looking for ideas for that second largest industry. One of the goals of that industry is to find destinations around Wyoming that don't have the traffic yet. So to take away from areas that are overburdened with tourism and find destinations in Wyoming that can take that tourism on and have a different site that is a destination. So I think that's important. The private sector could be involved, as stated in subsection C. When the bid does go out, private sector is encouraged to bid or to be involved. So we've had several manufacturers come to Wyoming, both in ammunition and in guns, starting new manufacturing. Those industries are now 3-4 years old, some of them, but I think this is an opportunity to not only let them be involved, but to maybe spread our culture of the Second Amendment. Teach that culture to people that do come to Wyoming to visit, to watch shooting, and to be involved. So I think those things are important to at least continue the discussion. I think we've had a lot of fun in the debate here. But when I start to look at this, I do see a serious aspect to this involving tourism. So I would at least invite the discussion to continue.
Chairman Newsom.
Chairman, as many of you know, tourism is my thing. I spent 6 years on the state tourism board. I'm still on our local lodging tax board. And I'm very protective of these tourism funds, as many of you know, but this is a great use of those tourism funds. I think this is one of the things that could be done using those tourism funds that is in the direction we want to go. And I'm gonna pitch my community now. No. Having the museum, world-class gun museum in my community, world-class shooting range in my community, and we've hosted some of these events in my community, and shooters spend a bunch of money, I can tell you. They spend the night in hotels, they eat well, they drink well, they have a good time, and this is the kind of tourism that really pays the bills for our communities. So on and for the bill, I do have some questions about how this would work. And one idea was, let's just have a shooting competition, to heck with the task force. Each community gets a team, and then the one that wins, wins. So, so thank you, Madam Chairman, for indulging me with a little humor.
Chairman Washut.
Thank you for the great, I don't know if I call it debate, but the sharing of ideas, very useful. A couple of things. One, what will make this facility different than these other facilities that already exist? What will be different is we will co-locate them. So we may visit or tour or look online at a fantastic archery facility in Montana. And we may look at a fantastic trap shooting program or facility in New Mexico. We're going to hopefully put all of those together at one big complex that will become world-renowned as reflective of what Wyoming thinks about the gun industry and firearms and the shooting sports. I just think it will really complement nicely with what we have growing in Wyoming right now. Number two, the facility will also be intended to provide both education and training. Education for youth, training for new and experienced shooters. So that will be an important component as well. The questions about corporate sponsors, that's all yet to be determined. And who's going to run it, how much is it going to cost to run it, yada, 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 yet to be determined. We're going to ask that the community that wants this facility have some skin in the game. I'm sure of that. We're going to say, well, what are you willing to put into this? And maybe a community comes up with some of the land, or a community says, our local parks department will run the facility for you, or some other possibility. Some corporate sponsor might say, hey, how much for naming rights? All that's yet to be determined. We're getting way ahead of ourselves. The good chairman from Travel and Rec has already put her community in as a suggested location for the, again, way ahead of ourselves. The dollars in terms of allocation for the task forces. Any unused funds will revert back. If you've been around this place for very long, you know that one of the things that's really hard to accomplish is to low bid something and then come back and try to bid it up. We need more money next year, 2 years, we need a little bit more money. We set the money fairly high. Don't know that we'll actually use that much money. If we want to talk about how much funding goes into the task force, we can certainly have that debate on the floor, that discussion about what's the appropriate dollar amount. But I think what's most important today is that we move the bill forward. We can work out the details, but many of your comments and questions, we don't know yet. That's what the whole request for proposal process will look like, and we'll hope to gather that kind of detail and information.
Representative Tarver.
Madam Chairman, I want to address one question that was asked of a representative earlier about why we need to build this. And it is because of those high capacity magazines. We love them. Matter of fact, they can't be too big here in Wyoming, and we'd like to make that statement. And maybe the most important part of something like this is there's a potential to have aerial platform shooting. That's very important, folks. You all need to focus on that. Thanks.
Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we're aiming for the stars here. It's just my opinion, but the amount of appropriations that are in this bill for the whole project, for what we're talking about here with, whatever the last, whatever was meant by the last speaker, the design alone is going to cost what we've got in the entire bill. So we do have a council that deals with businesses, that brings businesses into this state. They've got people on the ground ready to go to figure this kind of thing out. We've appropriated to them multiple millions of dollars. I think they're a good fit for this type of thing. I don't know that we need to get involved because it's probably going to cost a lot more than we've got in this bill. There's going to be ongoing appropriations to maintain it, to keep it up, to rework some things once it's over. There's operations and maintenance funds that are involved in this, that we're going to see those ongoing appropriations now every year in our budget. It's not, I think that's where this is headed. So I just be careful with this. I really think that this can be done other ways, and don't see why we necessarily need to do it here. Thanks.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Burkhart's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 169 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Senate File 169 has passed the Committee of the Whole. The next bill for our consideration is Senate Joint Resolution 3. The reading clerk will read the bill.
Senate Joint Resolution 3 being sponsored by Senator Dockstader. Property tax exemption for the elderly and infirmed. A joint resolution to amend the Wyoming Constitution by authorizing a homeowner's property tax exemption for the elderly and infirm. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom was referred Senate Joint Resolution 3, property tax exemption for the elderly and infirm, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Byron, Harshman, Northrup, Oakley, Strzok. Noes, Bear, Representatives Bear, Locke, Storer, Zwanitzer. Representative Harshman, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Chairman Harshman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with the recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution 3 do pass, and it does have a standing committee amendment, Madam Chair, and I would move the standing committee amendment and ask for the question on that. It really just adds a little definition to elderly. If you go on your computer right now and type elderly, you'll get a couple different definitions. There's an early elderly, there's a medium kind of elderly, and then so in listening to the testimony of the prime sponsor from down the hall, what he was trying to get at is what our committee adopted on standing committee. We're trying to really focus on people who've been here their whole life, who are truly elderly now. And so this is an interesting bill. It'll probably spark hours of debate. And as it should, anytime you talk about amending the Constitution, we should have a long talk. But with that, I would move the standing committee amendment, which defines who we're really talking about in this bill. And I would stand for any questions on that amendment, discussion, or call for the question.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I just have a question on, truthfully, the constitutionality of putting this in there. The way that we have it worded is you have to have been a resident for 40 years. I feel like that kind of goes against the 14th Amendment and Equal Protection Clause, that if you're a Wyoming citizen, you're a Wyoming citizen. I don't know if that was discussed. If there wasn't, I can research this a little bit more as we go along, but I'm just curious if that was discussed or not.
Sensing the urge to vote, all those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 3, please say aye. All those opposed? The chair is in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. Please stand still. Please stand still so they can get an accurate count. Thank you. All those opposed, please stand. A standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution number 3 has passed with a count of 30 to 25. We are back on the bill. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, I'd like to turn the explanation of this little constitutional amendment, SJ3, over to one of the co-sponsors, the good representative from where the mountains are tall.
Thank you. Byron.
Representative Byron, I'm so sorry.
No problem. I get it a lot from the people up in the chair. I would like to I'd like to remind everyone as we discuss this joint resolution, it is not a bill, and this came up during our committee meeting. You know, I want to really remind everyone that there's two separate things going on here. This is simply a joint resolution to go back to our voters to give some certainly blanket property tax relief across the state. You know, a lot of us heard that during the election. It's certainly something that has been in the press and in our hearts and in our pocketbooks. So I think it's really important to remember that this is targeted property tax release to the elderly and infirm. And I appreciate everyone passing that committee of the whole amendment. And I do think we have another one coming. But folks, I think this is a great opportunity to get this back to the voters, back to the constituents. I certainly recognize that it may need some work as we get through the next few readings, and I respect that. But I would humbly ask for an aye vote, and I believe we probably have some more comments coming.
Representative Conrad? Representative Davis? If you're going to bring an amendment, please move it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment here. If I can figure out where I'm at. This is to Senate Joint Resolution 3 from House HS 001A. Does that make sense? I'd like to move it. I move Committee of Whole Amendment number 1 to House Joint Resolution.
Yes, Senate
Joint Resolution number 3. And I ask for a favorable consideration, and thank you, Mr. Cricket. This is pretty simple. I was thinking about what we do with the pioneer licenses in Wyoming, and that's why I came up with this and came up with 65 and the 20 years of experience here in Wyoming. So I'd look for a favorable vote on this. Thank you.
Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd urge your no vote. I think the way the bill is now, the joint resolution, 75 and 40 years. So, you know, you've made this state your home. You've raised your kids here. You built your family, the whole thing here. But to go to lower this down 65 and 20, open this up, the people we will attract are going to be different. And we already have an attraction problem in that area with our tax system. I mean, we do. We all know that. And so I think be really careful of this amendment. I urge your no vote, and then we'll get back on the resolution. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Pendergraph? Okay. Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And so I just want to bring to everybody's attention Article 1, Section 29 of the Constitution, Wyoming Constitution, says no distinction shall ever be made by law between resident aliens and citizens as to the possession, taxation, keyword in this clause, enjoyment and descent of property. So I'm not speaking to this amendment and to the last one actually that we passed, which I should have got up before, sorry. I'm just not sure either of them are constitutional, but it's something we can look at going forward.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
I guess just a nice friendly question, Madam Chairman. If you put it in the Constitution, is it therefore constitutional?
Representative Davis. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Craigo.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I guess my question is, we're creating conflict within the Constitution. Not saying we can't amend the Constitution, we just may have to amend it in more than one spot.
Representative Davis, bring us home. No, sorry, I'm sorry, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So I voted no on this bill in committee, and I'll get to that when we get back to the bill. But on the amendment, I do like the direction this is going. We really have failed in this particular session to provide real significant tax relief. This is providing some tax relief to a very small group of people and widening that group out. I do applaud the bringer of the amendment for that effort, but I too question the constitutionality of this. We are really creating a particular class, and therefore I'm probably going to be a no on this amendment, but it's going in the right direction.
Now, Representative Davis, bring us home.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman. The reason why 65 seems to be a little more appropriate, because I want to enjoy them golden years and not wait till we're 75. So with that, I would ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Question? Never mind. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think if you look at the definition of elderly, if you'll type it on your little machine there that we all have on our desks, you'll get a couple different definitions. And in referring to golden years, and I think mine were, I remember I had a great aunt that said she was in her 80s, golden years phooey, and talking about all of her other issues. But I think the golden years are like 18 to 23. You just don't know it. Anyway, with that, I'm really encouraged the no vote, and it doesn't say 40 consecutive years. You could leave and come back, but I think it really narrows this the way it should be. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bedrock of taxation should be fairness. And I wonder if you were to take a survey of folks over 65, folks over 75, folks over 25, who is living paycheck to paycheck? Additionally, if we accept this amendment and it makes it into law, and I live out of state, I'm going to look at Wyoming as a place to move. And when I move there, I know I'm not going to have to pay property taxes.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So I just looked, 1/3 of the body in this room is over the age of 65. Just checking if you all consider yourselves elderly or not. If you don't consider yourselves elderly, I would suggest this is probably not the right amendment.
Representative Allemand.
I'm not for, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm not for this amendment. However, if you were 65 and you moved here, it's still, you're 95 before this kicks in. So I don't see that it would be a big deal unless you moved here when you was 45, it might. But most people aren't going to move to Wyoming just for this. Thank you.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On this amendment, in comparison to the amendment that just passed, I would be more in favor of this amendment with the 40-year versus 20-year stipulation. I have many constituents who have contacted me about property taxes specifically who are elderly, but who wouldn't qualify because of the 40 years. And so how people may not understand the process here, and they may see, if the body chooses to move this bill forward, see that this bill is advancing, and then I would have to tell them that it actually doesn't apply to them either. And so if it's the choice of the body to, or it's the decision that it is a constitutional change that is desired, I would certainly be more in favor of the lower threshold. Thank you.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Standing Committee Amendment 1 to Senate Joint, thank you, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 3, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, please say no. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 of Senate Joint Resolution Number 3 has failed. Division having been called, all those in favor, please stand. All those opposed, please stand. More than 24. Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 3 has failed. We are back on the bill. Representative Stiff.
Madam Chairman, a couple of questions. First, on page 2, line 6, it says that notwithstanding any of the provision of this article, residential property may be exempt from taxation to preserve home ownership in Wyoming for the elderly and infirm if necessary for the support of the poor. So my question is for anyone who knows is, so the phrase elderly and infirm, do you read that as two separate groups, or do you have to be both elderly and infirm? I think the way it would normally read is that it's two groups. You can be elderly or infirm and still qualify, which would lead to the kind of anomalous result that if you're elderly only, but in good health, you have to be over 75 and be here for 40 years. But if you're in the infirm group, you could have moved here last week and just be on disability. So that creates kind of an odd grouping if that's the way it reads. So I'd appreciate anyone's comment about that. And then to follow up on some prior comments, if we do have this definition of elderly that requires you to have been here for 40 years, there is a U.S. constitutional right, fundamental right to travel. And then the question is, would this provision unduly burden the fundamental right under the U.S. Constitution to travel? I don't know the answer to that, but anyone who does, be happy to hear from you. Thank you.
Speaker Summers.
Madam Chairman, thank you. On in support of the bill, I have no idea, I'm not going to answer any of the questions of the previous speaker. But I do know that the elder people in our communities in western Wyoming need some kind of property tax relief, and if this will help that, I'm in support of it. So on in support of the bill.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I was a no vote in committee, and I'm a no vote on the bill. I voted for every possible property tax bill that I possibly could, because I know we need to get this out there. I believe this could be put in place if we really believe this is important. It needs to be put in place properly if we do it. I just don't believe the Constitution is the place for it, so that's why I'm a no vote on this, on and against this resolution.
Representative Bear.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm going to basically reiterate what you just heard from the previous speaker, but just a little bit of a caveat to that, and that is that we have had programs to help both the elderly and the poor. We just haven't funded them since 2015. And so it really is unnecessary to put this in the Constitution because we can do it. We have done it. And we just have to have the impetus to do it in this body. So on and against the bill, and I hope that next time we gather together, we can get some real tax relief for the people. Thank you.
Representative Chestick.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm going to put my law professor hat on here for just a second and try to answer the question posed by the good representative from Rock Springs. And that is, if that language were meant to create two different categories, elderly or infirm, it's an easy way to say that. You'd say elderly or infirm. When you say and, as a conjunctive, I think you need both of those things. So you have to be elderly and infirm. My question, though, is with the rest of that sentence, it goes on to say, if necessary for the support of the poor. And that to me creates some ambiguities about whether you have to be three things to qualify: elderly, infirm, and poor in order to qualify. And that I'm not sure about. But I do believe that it is a conjunctive and as two, both conditions need to be satisfied.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As someone who could probably qualify for this in about a week or two, I would like to say that property tax is something that we all need to consider. I mean, it's an important thing. Our counties have just skyrocketed, and it's caused a lot of consternation in families and different things like that, and in so many ways. But to put a bill that we can see is not the best into our state constitution, I don't believe is wise. We have things that we can do in our counties. Our county lowered mills. We have things that we can do locally. But to put this in the Constitution, when it is not the best work that we as a legislature can do, I don't think it's wise. So I would vote no. Thank you.
Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just quickly, we already have the requirement in Article 16, Section 6 of our Constitution. We're not allowed to give money or any aid or credit, donations, et cetera, to any individual, association, corporation, except for necessary support of the poor. So as we're trying to fit this constitutional amendment in line with our other constitutional provisions, that's why that clause is in this bill or this resolution, because it has to continue to dovetail with other parts.
Representative Hornock.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question on this is, how do we avoid the fraud? So we've got a piece of property, it's owned by an elder or somebody brings their loved one to live with them, or they go to live with their loved one in the old house. It can be a fairly substantial house, but but then they don't have any income or they're living on a fixed income, they fall into that poverty line. I mean, just, I'm curious, how do we stop the fraud with this from kind of running away from ourselves?
Representative Byron.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I hope to bring this home. There may be more that still want to speak. I appreciate the good bringer of that question. I don't feel like it's necessary at the current status at Cal to legislate for what could happen. Remember, this is not going to be going into the green books if this moves forward. This is going to be going to the ballot. Please remember that designation, that this is a Senate joint resolution and still has a lot of hurdles to overcome. To try to bring us home, I want to remind everyone the bill is for the people down the road that are asking us to bring relief that can't keep their home. With the amendments that have been brought, there's a lot of hoops once again to jump through. So this is for the family that has lived down the road in the same house for 40, 50 years and is getting priced out of their home because of these taxes. So that's really the goal of this of the joint resolution. I think the good bringer of it down the hall put a lot of work into this. This is not only happening in Western Wyoming, but all over the state, as we heard of previous speakers. So I kindly ask for your aye vote and look forward to the question.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My question is in where it says that the legislature may provide for residential property to be exempt from taxation in whole or in part as it determines necessary. So at what point do we decide if it's in whole or in part? Is that up to the state? Is that up to the county? Or given the fact that this is a constitutional change, where would that come into play and how would that determination be made? Thank you.
Question having been called, all those in favor of Chairman Harshman's motion that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, to do so with the recommendation that Senate Joint Resolution Number 3 do pass. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Division having been called, all those in favor, please stand. Please stand. If you are in favor of Senate Joint Resolution Number 3, stand and stay still. Thank you. So one more time, please stand still so that our good folks can count. All those in favor, please stay in one place and stand. Those opposed, please stand. Senate Joint Resolution Number 3 has passed the Committee of the Whole by a vote of 30 to 29. Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move the Committee of the Whole Rise and Report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. The motion carries.
The reading clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole, having had under consideration bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 79, do pass amended. Senate File 98, do pass. Senate File 100, do pass amended. Senate File 154, do pass amended. Senate File 107, do pass amended. Senate File 116, do pass amended. Senate File 128, do pass. Senate File 53, do pass. Senate File 140, do pass. Senate File 157, do pass. Senate File 52, do pass. Senate File 56, do pass. Senate File 67, do pass. Senate File 96, do pass amended. Senate File 113, do pass. Senate File 169, do pass amended. Senate Joint Resolution 3, do pass amended. Representative Ward, Chairman.
Chairman Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The motion carries. Congratulations, Representative Ward. House will please come to order. Representative Bear has a motion to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with House Rule 5-6, I move to recall Senate File 144, Chloe's Law, Children Gender Change Prohibition, from Committee Number 2, Appropriations, and refer said bill to Committee Number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services.
Chairman Harshman, would you come up here and take the mic, please?
Okay, this motion is debatable, second reading, third reading amendment rules. So everyone will be allowed to speak twice, and we'll save the final for the bringer of the motion. So Speaker Summers, for your first time.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And on the motion, I send bills to committees. The committee heard this bill. The committee acted on this bill. The report is standing at the desk. And I would ask this body to resist this motion. Thank you.
Chairman Nicholas, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on and against the motion, ladies and gentlemen, we took about 3.5 hours of testimony on this bill this morning and at lunchtime. So we put the work in. The committee has voted on it, and as soon as this motion hopefully fails, it will be read in, and you'll be able to debate it when it comes up before the House.
Representative Hornock, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that Labor Health Committee is the proper committee to hear this bill. That's who deals with these type of issues as opposed to appropriations. And I ask that when we vote on this, according to Rule 12-4, we call for the ayes and noes.
Representative Heiner, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I looked at, looking at the fiscal note on this bill, I'm not seeing, it says indeterminable. I can't understand a fiscal cost for this bill. I don't understand why it was sent to appropriations when we've got some people with expertise and life skills on labor and health. So I think that's the appropriate place for this bill to be, so for it to be heard by those that understand the situation a little bit better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Larson Lloyd, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's, as you've been around here a while, you'll find that sometimes that you get some bills that you may wonder why you got them. This year, we had some corporation bills in labor and health. They weren't labor and health bills. And we had some, I think every committee is going to be able to look and say, gee, I've got this bill that maybe isn't directly in line with maybe what this standing committee is, but we have the capacity to do it. This is an interesting bill that we had, House Bill or Senate File 144. We have in that committee 2 attorneys who understand the legalities, particularly when we're trying to impose restrictions on the ability for insurance companies to provide services. You had people who've served on the Labor and Health Committee for more years than most of the current people on Labor and Health Committee have been there, and who understand those issues. It's a senior committee that has a lot of legislative history, and I don't think there was anybody that didn't get to speak on it. So I'm not quite sure why it's offensive that it went to the Appropriations Committee. We worked it, it's passed out, and we debated and talked about and amended the bill, and as we do, and went through a lot of work. I hope that we'll let it continue down the path.
Representative Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me that the reason that we have differentiated committees is so that those committees can see topics, hear topics of like consideration, and it would be most appropriate to send these bills to the committees of which they most align. If the committees over the years get split up and separated, and people move from one committee to the next, certainly that does increase their knowledge of various things, but that shouldn't diminish the importance of the current standing committees, and therefore I would be in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to push back against the idea that the life skills were not present in this committee or during this conversation. I find that offensive because we all have valuable skills that we bring to this body on behalf of our constituents. Sometimes those are reflected by our committee assignments. Sometimes those are potential that we get to exhibit by new committee assignments. I have spent hours visiting with my constituents about this bill. I answered every single email I got about this bill. I did the work as I expect you do the work when a bill is in front of you. And I would ask you to respectfully honor the legislative process and the work that this body does in regards to the status of this bill.
Representative Ward.
I rise in support of this motion. I do believe that it is better heard in Labor, Health, and Social Services, since that is the committee that deals with that type of topic. Thank you.
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I'm a little confused on what the bringer of the motion really wants to do, because again, the standing committee worked the bill, had a motion, and there's a report that just hasn't been read in yet. So is the idea to have another report with a different recommendation? And what is procedural what procedurally happens when we have 2 committee reports? And is this something where we want to have multiple committee reports again from all of our standing committees with other bills as well.
Hey, and before I recognize Representative Crago, I think I saw him holding his rules book, and this 5-6 requires 5 seconds. And is that what you were gonna, okay, but I'm gonna get to that point later, but I'd like to recognize Representative Crago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess what I'm going to ask, and because I don't know the answer to this, is this motion even in order once the report has left the committee and is sitting on the desk up there? I'm not sure it is, and I'd like somebody to point to me in the rules where it says that it is in order, because I'm not sure it is, I'm not sure it isn't, but it's a question I think we need to look at. When the report's sitting on the desk up there, is there anything to act on within the committee? We're not really moving the bill from the committee anymore because the committee no longer has the bill. And so I guess that's my question, if somebody could answer that, and if not, maybe we need to have a rules committee.
Okay, I think we'll go ahead and just call the Rules Committee, and let's discuss that right now. We're just gonna pause this debate right where we're at, and we'll resume after the Rules Committee gathers. Okay. House will come to order. Okay, members, after a lengthy discussion, the Rules Committee, the majority of the Rules Committee has voted that this motion and it was, this motion on rule, was it 5-6 was not in order, and it's all about the possession of the bill, and then the sticking issue is when the report's read in. Great discussion. I'm going to go with the majority of the Rules Committee and rule that this motion 5-6 is not in order. And so Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I object to your ruling, and I ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. We'll pause for a minute while we get set up. Now, members, as we get set up, this will take 2 seconds. Could I get 2 seconds? I know. Okay. Representative Slagle, Representative Ward. Okay. Now we're going to get set up. Now, this will be a simple majority vote to overrule the ruling of the chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Representative Hornick, what's your point?
Thank you. Could you just reiterate what the vote is? and
Absolutely,
what
I
they
sure
mean?
will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Representative Bear, and I'm just going to, members, you got your rule books out, so we're going to flip over to 8-4. So I think, so that I've made the ruling as chair. Now, Representative Bear is going to go to move on Rule 8-4, an appeal of the chair. And that's just a majority of the members present here in the House. So as we're getting set up, Representative Bear, I'll ask him to make that motion under 8-4, does not require a second now on an appeal of the ruling of the chair. And when you vote on this, if you vote aye, you will vote in favor of the appeal to move the bill to another house or to another committee. If you vote aye on 8-4. And if you vote no, you'll vote to sustain the ruling of the chair. That, okay, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, wouldn't it be the first motion, that his last motion is basically an appeal on your decision, and then you'd go back to the main motion and hear it. Yeah, in other words, if he is successful, Mr. Chairman, that's what I'm asking you. I think if that motion is successful, then you'd go back to the original motion. Is that not
Speaker,
correct?
I think you're correct. You are correct, absolutely. But let's do first things first. Okay, so the ruling of the chair, majority of the Rules Committee, that the motion was not in order. Now, according to Rule 8-4, Representative Bear has appealed that ruling. So we are voting on the appeal. So an aye vote will vote in favor of the appeal, and we'll be back on that original motion. Okay, and we're still getting set up here. 8-4 does not require, and if anyone has any questions on your, now is the time to ask before we call for the roll. Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, is this a debatable motion, the motion to appeal?
It is, I think, debatable. E-4, I think, is debatable. And as I read this the other day, this is the second time we've had this motion this session. So if anyone would like to debate that, you can be recognized twice. This is on the appeal, 8-4. Okay, seeing no one wants to debate. Chief Clerk, please call the roll.
Allemand? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Harrelson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrop? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Swanenzer Dan? Swanenzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 22 aye, 39 no, 1 excused.
Okay, the ruling of the chair has been sustained on their 8-4. We're back on that 5-6 motion. And I'd ask for you to withdraw the motion. Thank you, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a privilege as well, please.
Please proceed.
Okay. I will withdraw the motion, but I just want to thank the body for giving an opportunity to use the rules to the fullest extent today, and I do appreciate that. And at this time, I withdraw the motion.
Thank you, Representative Bear. Speaker Summers.
Messages from the Senate.
Message 391. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 61, Legislator per diem. The Senate failed to concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 5, noes 26. Message 392. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with Alike Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to Senate File 61. The Senate conferees are Senator Barlow, Chairman, Senator Ellis, Senator Pappas. Message 393. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 102, Food of Freedom Act amendments, ayes 30, noes 1. Message 394. Mr. Speaker, Senate File 66, School Capital Construction Funding. The Senate failed to concur on House amendments to the bill listed above by the vote indicated. Ayes 0, noes 31. Message 395. Mr. Speaker, The Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with the Like Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to Senate File 66. The Senate conferees are Senator Hicks, Chairman, Senator Kinski, Senator Salazar. Message 396. Mr. Speaker, the Senate did concur on House amendments to the bill listed below by the vote indicated. Senate File 91, creation of tenancy by entirety. Ayes 31. Message 397. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with the Like Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to House Bill 22. The Senate conferees are Senator Steinmetz, Chairman, Senator Boner, Senator Hicks. Message 398. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with the Like Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to House Bill 93. The Senate conferees are Senator Steinmetz, Chairman, Senator Garou, Senator Hicks. Senate Message 399. Mr. Speaker, the Senate appointed Senate conferees to meet with the Like Committee Number 1 from the House on amendments to House Bill 118. The Senate conferees are Senator Baldwin, Chairman, Senator Landon, Senator Dockstader. Message 400. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 67, Special License Plate Decals, Women Veterans. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form by the vote indicated. Ayes 30, noes 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 401. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 81, Hospital Supplemental Payments, Statutory Fix. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 22, noes 9. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 402. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 188, Wolf Depredation Compensation. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 29, noes 1, conflict 1. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Message 403. Mr. Speaker, the bill listed below passed the Senate on third reading by the vote indicated. House Bill 284, Collection Agency Regulation, Debt Buyers. Ayes 17, noes 14. Message 404. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 195, American Rescue Plan Act Appropriations Amendments. The House bill listed above passed on third reading in an amended form as follows by the vote indicated. Ayes 19, noes 12. The Senate respectfully asks the House to concur by adopting the listed amendments. Sincerely, Ellen Thompson, Senate Chief Clerk.
Reports from standing committees.
Senate File 80, sponsored by Senator McEwen. Visitation rights, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 80 engrossed, visitation rights. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Haroldson, Jennings, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Representative Washit, Chairman. Senate File 99, sponsored by Senator Barlow. Witnessing of wills, remote methods, an act relating to wills. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 99 engrossed. Witnessing of wills, remote methods. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Haroldson, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Noes, Representative Jennings. Representative Washit, Chairman. Senate File 108, sponsored by Senator Nethercott. Court reporter fees, district court discretion. An act relating to courts. Mr. Speaker, your Committee Number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 108 engrossed. Court reporter fees, district court discretion. Respectful report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Haroldson, Nemec, Oakley, Provenza, Rodriguez Williams, Washit. Noes, Representative Jennings. Representative Washit, Chairman. Senate File 112, sponsored by Senator Nethercott. Peer Support Counseling, Confidentiality, an act relating to labor and employment. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 3, Revenue, to whom was referred Senate File 112, engrossed. Peer Support Counseling, Confidentiality. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Representatives Bear, Byron, Harshman, Locke, Northrup, Oakley, Storer, Strzok, Zwanitzer. Representative Harshman, Chairman. Senate File 144, sponsored by Senator Bouchard. Chloe's Law, Children Gender Change Prohibition, an act relating to public health and safety. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 144, engrossed. Chloe's Law, Children Gender Change Prohibition. Respectfully report, same back to the House with a recommendation that it do not pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Walters, Zwanitzer. Noes, Representatives Larson and Stith. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 147, sponsored by Senator Anderson. Government Contracts, Labor Organization, an act relating to public works and contracts. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred Senate File 147, engrossed. Government Contracts, Labor Organization. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation to do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Clouston, Hornock, O'Hearn, Penn, Ward. Noes, Representatives Trujillo, Yin, Zwanitzer. Representative Zwanitzer, Chairman. Senate File 153, sponsored by Senator Boner. Election Security, an act relating to elections. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom was referred Senate File 153, engrossed. Election Security. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Haroldson, Harshman, Knapp, Newsom, Olson, Ottman, Wiley. Noes, Representative Yin. Representative Knapp, Vice Chairman. Senate File 159, sponsored by Senator Beitman. Stop ESG, Eliminate Economic Boycott Act, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred Senate File 159, engrossed. Stop ESG, Eliminate Economic Boycott Act. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do not pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 151, sponsored by Senator Hutchings. Wyoming Prescription Drug Transparency Act, an act relating to the Insurance Code. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 151, engrossed. Wyoming Prescription Drug Transparency Act. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass fail in accordance with House Rule 5-4. Ayes, Representatives Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Zwanitzer. Noes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 164, sponsored by Senator Boner. Public Improvement Contract Requirements Amendments, an act relating to cities and towns. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 7, Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions, to whom is referred Senate File 164, engrossed. Public Improvement Contract Requirements Amendments. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chadwick, Haroldson, Harshman, Knapp, Newsom, Olson, Ottman, Wiley, Yin. Representative Knapp, Vice Chairman. Senate File 172, sponsored by Senator Beitman. Stop ESG, State Funds Fiduciary Duty Act, an act relating to the administration of government. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred Senate File 172, engrossed. Stop ESG, State Funds Fiduciary Duty Act. Respectfully report, same back to the House with the recommendation that it do not pass. Ayes, Representatives Henderson, Larson, Nicholas, Sherwood, Stith, Walters, Zwanitzer. Representative Nicholas, Chairman. Senate File 83, sponsored by Senator Rothfuss. K-12 School Facility Leasing, an act relating to K-12 school facility leasing. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 4, Education, to whom is referred Senate File 174 engrossed. Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Allred, Andrew, Berger, Brown, Clauston, Lawley, Northrup. Noes, Representatives Obermueller and Provenza. Representative Northrup, Chairman. Senate File 181, sponsored by Senator Schuler, drug-induced homicide, an act relating to crimes and offenses. Mr. Speaker, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom is referred Senate File 181 engrossed, drug-induced homicide, respectfully report same back to the House with the recommendation that it do pass with the following amendments. Ayes, Representatives Chestick, Crago, Haroldson, Jennings, Nemec, Oakley, Rodriguez-Williams, Washit. Noes, Representative Provenza. Representative Washit, Chairman.
Any re-referrals? Nope. All right. We're at that order of business of request to concur with Senate amendments to House bills. The first message for our consideration, let's see, actually concur with Senate amendments to House bills. Do we have any of those? Nope. Okay. Actually, I need to appoint conferees on Senate File 61. Conferees will be Harshman, Chair, Yin, Summers. All right, we are at that order of business of request to concur with Senate amendments to House bills. The first message for our consideration is message number 400 on House Bill 67. Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move concurrence on message number 400, House Bill 67, Special License Plate Decals, Women Veterans. And I ask for your aye vote. What the body down the hall did was to remove the requirement that the decal have a depiction of the bucking horse and rider on it. And it's already on the license plate anyway. So no reason to put it on the sticker also. So I'd ask for your aye vote.
Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to urge a no vote. We did this with our electric vehicle fee tag just a couple of years ago. We put this on there, and it actually looks really nice. And I'll be honest with you, I think this was a good little amendment that was thrown onto this. Why they'd remove that, not quite sure. I don't think they liked what the House did, and I say we stand firm on our House position that we like that bucking horse and rider. That's kind of our mantra. So I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Right. Representative Yin, for your first time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a good amendment, and I think we should at least sit down with the conference committee and figure out why on the other side they decided that they weren't interested in having the bucking horse and rider. It should be on the decal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stivar, for your first time.
I urge an aye vote on this. With the size of sticker and stuff, talking with the department that does that, it's going to be harder for them to get that on the sticker. It's already on the license plate. Vote aye.
Anybody else for their first time? Anybody for their second time before the bringer? Chairman Burkhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a reminder to the body, this sticker is going to be about the size of the end of my thumb. Or I don't know if I can do that. It's not as prop. So to put the bucking horse and rider on there, you almost need a magnifying glass to see it. So the message, I think, is more important than having that symbol, which is already on the license plate. So I'd ask for your aye vote.
We are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 67. A majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Ellerman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermuller? O'Hearn? Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez-Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Zwanitzer Dave? Aye. Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Larson Lloyd? No to aye. Larson Lloyd? Larson Lloyd, no. Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 41 aye, 20 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 67. The next message for our consideration is message number 401 on House Bill 81, Chairman Zwanitzer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd move concurrence with that number you just said on House Bill 81. What our friends down the hall did is just change the source of funding from federal government to special revenue within the department. And so easy enough fix. Would ask for your favorable aye vote.
We are voting on the motion to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 81. A majority of the elected members is required. The chief clerk will please call the roll.
Ellerman? Allred? Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Clauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn, excused. Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stiff? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washut? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Harshman? Are there any changes? Stiff? No to aye. Further changes? Closing vote? Vote closed. 35 aye, 26 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have voted to concur with Senate amendments to House Bill 81. We're at that order of business of consideration of joint conference committee reports. The first report for our consideration is Joint Conference Committee number 1 on House Bill 118. Chairman Newsom.
Mr. Chairman, or Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Joint Rule 2-4, the House rescinds from its non-concurrence and adopts the following Senate amendment. So this would put the $9 million into the firefighter pension fund. So you get yet another opportunity to vote for that $9 million to go to the firefighter pension fund. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are voting
For
on
the
joint.
concurrence.
We are voting on Joint Conference Committee number 1 to House Bill 118. A majority of the elected members is required to adopt the report. The Chief,
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
what's your point?
We're not actually voting on the Joint Conference Committee. There's no report. We're voting on a vote to rescind from concurrence, or from non-concurrence.
You were right. Okay. So I need a. Okay, without a script. I know there's a committee report that does that. I don't know. It's an odd way to do it, but if you accept a. Yeah, okay. I'm going to treat this as a conference committee report. We're going to vote it up or down. If you don't want to do that, then we'll have a rules committee and we'll do motions and we'll do all of that. So, so what I'm going to do is we're going to vote on the joint conference committee report. Chairman
So,
Newsom.
so a yes vote means that we concur
Vote
with
to
the
adopt
Senate?
adopt this report, which is the House recedes from its non-concurrence.
Okay, so a yes vote means that we take the Senate $9 million into the fund.
Chairman Newsom, this is not a back and forth,
Okay,
okay? This is an odd conference committee report, but this is the way I'm going to handle. We're going to vote up or down on whether the House recedes from its non-concurrence and adopts the Senate amendment, which is Senate Amendment to number 1 to House Bill 118. That's what this says, and that's
Okay.
what we're going to vote on.
okay, thank
And
you.
we're going to either vote aye or no. So we're voting on Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to House Bill 118. A majority of elected members is required to adopt the report. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Allemand? Alred? Andrew? I'm sorry, Andrew? Angelos? Banks? Bear? Berger? Brown? Burkhart? Byron? Chadwick? Chestick? Klauston? Conrad? Crago? Davis? Eklund? Haroldson? Harshman? Heiner? Henderson? Warnock? Jennings? Knapp? Larson Lloyd? Larson JT? Lawley? Locke? Nyman? Newsom? Nicholas? Nemec? Northrup? Oakley? Obermueller? O'Hearn, excused. Olson? Ottman? Pendergraft? Penn? Provenza? Rodriguez Williams? Sherwood? Singh? Slagle? Smith? Stith? Storer? Strock? Stivar? Tarver? Trujillo? Walters? Ward? Washit? Western? Winter? Wiley? Yin? Zwanitzer Dan? Zwanitzer Dave? Speaker Summers? Are there any changes? Are there any changes? Closing vote. Vote closed. 40 aye, 21 no, 1 excused.
By your vote, you have adopted Joint Conference Committee Report Number 1 to House Bill 118. We're at that order of business of signing enrolled acts. The first enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act Number 53. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act 53, being original House Bill 101. An act relating to trusts, amending default and mandatory rules for trusts, amending provisions related to the duty of loyalty of trustees, amending who can modify or terminate a trust as specified, amending applicability of provisions as specified, amending definitions and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign House Enrolled Act Number 53, being original House Bill Number 101. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Crago. The next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act Number 54. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act Number 54, being original House Bill 180. an act relating to agriculture, livestock, and other animals, requiring the Wyoming Livestock Board to establish a communication protocol to provide information related to brucellosis testing, requiring the state veterinarian to provide information to livestock owners regarding brucellosis testing, requiring rulemaking and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign House Enrolled Act number 54, being original House Bill 180. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Davis. The next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act number 55. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act number 55, being original House Bill 100, an act relating to property tax, requiring a study on the changes necessary to convert the property tax system to a system based on the acquisition value of the property, requiring a report, requiring the Joint Revenue Interim Committee to review the report, providing an appropriation, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 55, being original House Bill 100. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Jennings. The next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act number 56. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act number 56, being original House Bill 47, an act relating to elections, codifying the Secretary of State's rules for the certification of electronic voting systems, providing a definition of vendor, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign House Enrolled Act number 56, being original House Bill number 47. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act number 57. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act number 57, being original House Bill 229, an act relating to sales and use taxes, clarifying that the Department of Revenue and county treasurers may collect sales and use taxes electronically, providing an appropriation and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign House Enrolled Act number 57, being original House Bill number 229. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Larson J.T. The next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act number 58. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act number 58, being original House Bill 284, an act relating to collection agencies, specifying that debt buyers are collection agencies for the purpose of regulation, making conforming amendments, specifying applicability, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign House Enrolled Act number 58, being original House Bill number 284. I have so signed. Congratulations, Representative Walters. The next enrolled act for our consideration is House Enrolled Act number 59. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
House Enrolled Act number 59, being original House Bill 16, an act relating to state lands, increasing the monetary threshold for improvements to leased state lands that do not require permission of the Director of the Office of State Lands, replacing the standard to determine payment for the use and benefit of improvements, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign House Enrolled Act number 59, being original House Bill 16. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 45. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 45, being original Senate File 21, an act relating to motor vehicles, authorizing the Director of the Department of Transportation or a local authority to designate a high occupancy vehicle lane, providing exemptions from high occupancy vehicle lane requirements, defining terms, specifying a penalty, requiring rulemaking, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 45, being original House Bill number, or Senate File number 21. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 46. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 46, being original Senate File 178. An act relating to game and fish, providing for mountain lion pursuit seasons, providing for a special management permit for the mountain lion pursuit as specified, specifying the use of dogs to hunt, kill, or pursue mountain lions, providing a penalty, requiring rulemaking, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 46, being original Senate File number 178. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 47. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 47, being original Senate File 38. An act relating to motor vehicle license plates, authorizing specially designed license plates to be issued to increase awareness of organ, eye, and tissue donation, specifying requirements, providing for a termination of the issuance of the special plates and a report of the termination, making conforming amendments, providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 47, being original Senate File number 38. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 48. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 48, being original Senate File 16. An act relating to the administration of government, authorizing payment of moving expenses for state officers and employees, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 48, being original Senate File number 16. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 49. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 49, being original Senate File 87. An act relating to the administration of government, increasing the monetary threshold for which large projects of the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resources Trust must receive legislative authorization, specifying applicability and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 49, being original Senate File number 87. I have so signed. Next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 50. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 50, being original Senate File 106. An act relating to the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Funding Act, providing for funding of large projects under the act, specifying large projects approved for funding in the 2023, specifying conditions for large project funding, authorizing distributions from the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust income account for approved large projects, providing for the reversion of funds, and providing for the effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 50, being original Senate File number 106. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 51. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act number 51, being original Senate File 102. An act relating to marketing homemade foods, specifying that any person may sell eggs or dairy products pursuant to the Wyoming Food Freedom Act, prohibiting a state standard for food and health inspection for homemade foods that is more stringent than the standard promulgated by the United States Department of Agriculture, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I am about to sign Senate Enrolled Act number 51, being original Senate File number 102. I have so signed. Next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act number 52. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 52, being original Senate File 91, an act relating to property, conveyances, and security transactions, amending requirements to establish a joint tenancy or a tenancy by the entirety as specified, specifying applicability and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act Number 52, being original Senate File Number 91. I have so signed. The next enrolled act for our consideration is Senate Enrolled Act Number 53. The reading clerk will read the enrolled act.
Senate Enrolled Act Number 53, being original Senate File 9, an act relating to the Medical Assistance and Services Act, authorizing payment for services rendered by a licensed pharmacist under the Medical Assistance and Services Act, and providing for an effective date, being enacted by the legislature of the state of Wyoming.
I'm about to sign Senate Enrolled Act Number 53, being original Senate File Number 9. I have so signed. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I do have one announcement before I move to adjourn. I was asked to tell everybody that the Wyoming Rural Electric Cooperatives and the Farm Bureau reception has been canceled tonight. So if any of y'all were planning to go that direction, they have called that event off. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 23rd day of February 2023.
Committee reports. Chairman Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 4 is going to hear one bill tomorrow upon adjournment. It is Senate File 133. That is student eligibility in interscholastic sports.
Chairman Brown, no. Anybody else? Chairman Olson, Chairman Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your committee number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources will not be meeting tomorrow at noon. So we'll have a little lunch. Thanks.
Chairman Olson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually have a re-referral. I would like to re-refer Senate File 153 to Committee Number 2 Appropriations.
Chief, is it okay? Hearing no objection, Senate File 153 is re-referred to Committee Number 2 Appropriations. Chairman Harshman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee number 3, Revenue, will meet tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. in East 3. First bill on our list will be Senate File 10, Wyoming Legal Tender Act, and followed by Senate File 109, Prohibiting Chemical Abortions. And then, Mr. Speaker, we know we have a hard deadline at 10 o'clock, and so we've also scheduled a continuation of the meeting at noon recess in East 3, the same location, to continue with bills Senate Joint Resolution 11, Convention of States, and Senate File 136, Property Tax Relief Assessment Rate Reduction.
Chairman Eklund.
Mr. Speaker, your committee number 5 will meet at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we'll have a presentation from the East High School FFA Ag Issues team. It'll be on Endangered Species Act.
Any other chairman? So just a note, I know everybody's ready to go, but remember that today in history, February 23rd, 1941, blizzard's conditions stalled traffic in the state, and I get a text from my radio station saying motorists are trapped in the snow between Rock Springs and Pinedale. The 2 counties are working together to pull them out of the snow. Road has been closed for hours. So hopefully this isn't the start of the blizzard of 23. So with that, the House will stand adjourned. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The House will stand adjourned till 10 a.m. tomorrow, February 23rd, 2023.